Bienvenue, welcome, and welcome to our visitors in the audience today. Thank you for being here. I would just remind everybody to take their cell phones and put them on mute or put them off, so that because we are having a meeting, we don't need to have that noise and 12 different plus directions. We will start today our council meeting for the municipality of the county of Annapolis. We will start with roll call.
District 1, Carrie Ann Carson Salzman.
District 2, Jesse Hare. District 3, Dustin Insel.
District 4, Charles Cranston.
District 5, Lynn Wildmeyer.
District 6, John Welch.
District 7, Ted Egenberg.
District 8, Niall Harding.
District 9, Gidget Oscar.
District 10, Brian Fuzzy-Hall.
And District 11, Diane LeBlanc. Okay, welcome. First, we'll start with the disclosure of interest. Are there any disclosures of interest? Seeing none, we will move on. The next is the approval of the agenda. We have nothing to add or delete from the agenda. Yeah, no? Okay, so we approve the agenda as presented. And next, we are going to have a presentation from the Annapolis Basin Protector. So who is going to come up?
There will be 4 at the beginning and 3 throughout.
Okay, so could you give the names, Madame?
I have it all in hand, Madam Warden.
Madame, come to the podium. Madame et Monsieur. Deputy Warden. Move your chair over so that, or Carrie Ann, you want to put your chair over by.
Good morning, Madam Warden, councilors, and cross, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity. Presenting to you today are Sarah Amsel, Jim Morrison, and Ralph Hayden. Sarah is a director of the Annapolis Basin Protectors. She lives along with her mother and husband, just a short distance from Marine Aquaculture Site 1040 in Fort Wayne. Sarah works from home for the federal government. Jim has worked in the fishing industry all his life. He fished for scallop for many years, and in 2013, he became a full-time clam harvester. He is currently the president of the Kings Annapolis State Clam Harvesters Association. Ralph has been a fisherman for close to 50 years. As a licensed clam harvester and lobster fisher, he was an area representative on the Bay of Fundy Inshore Fishermen's Association and sat on the board of the Southwest Nova Scotia Clam Industry Association. He is an author of the report that is referenced in Sarah's presentation. You may be interested to know that the 2025 Clam Harvesters blog book show 80 commercial harvesters dug 561,090 pounds of clams from our beaches, receiving 2 to 2.5 per pound. That's roughly $1.2 million earned and roughly spent locally. Councilor Longmire has already passed around copies of Ralph's report and a brief piece from Jim about the clam harvesting industry for your information and consideration, along with Sarah's live presentation. The Annapolis Basin Protectors request is simple. The council consider having Annapolis County participate as an intervener in the Marine Aquaculture Site 1040 hearing. They understand that no decision will be made today. However, Sarah, Jim, and Ralph welcome any questions you may have following their presentation. Thank you again. Sarah.
Madame.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The aquaculture site 1040 sits beside Victoria Beach and Fort Wayne. Kelly Cove Salmon's application to expand that lease area is going to go before the board. So we're asking the council to have staff review the intervenor process and bring back options for the county participation. So residents and municipal evidence will also be on record at that hearing before a decision is made. So what Kelly Cove Salmon placed before the board, they're proposing 31.43 hectare lease, 20 cages, and up to 660,000 salmon with about 4.1 tons of feed per cycle. It claims that this expansion will increase local jobs and increase municipal tax revenue. Those claims should be tested against aquaculture 1040 specific evidence about jobs, suppliers, fisheries, clams, tourism, property, and residents. To put it in perspective, the lease area that they're asking for expansion is about 44 regulation size soccer fields. So that the public hearing is where affected people will be able to put evidence before the board. Now, if the evidence is not at that hearing, the board will not consider the evidence. So Kelly Cove Salmon has already placed its claims in the application. But the board will weigh the evidence that's in front of it. So residents, fishers, property owners, public water users, and the county can also place evidence on the same record as the application's claims. So the participation will give the board a complete picture of the specific site. So the lease is in provincial public water, but the effects are local. Annapolis County residents live beside it. Shoreline properties support the assessment base, and local fishing, clamming, tourism, and recreation are also in Annapolis County interest. So a focused county intervention can address these municipal interests. So a quote from your planning strategy. Annapolis County is a diverse, self-reliant rural community protective of our land, environment, and heritage. So also the affected residents belong in the hearing record. The aquaculture 1040 site is beside a residential shoreline. It's directly beside a residential shoreline. Residents experience noise from barges, generators, pumps, and vessels, night lighting, visible work activity, and loss of peaceful enjoyment of the shoreline. So our residents will apply for intervenor status. Well, we ask the county to consider also applying to support us. So the expansion is gonna be all along that low water line. So we won't even be able to, because of these grants exclusive use to release holder, we will no longer even be able to launch any boats from there. We won't be able to launch our kayaks. No, because they're granted exclusive use, and they may generously allow us to use the lease area, but that's up to them. It's on their part, on their goodwill. So this is the current lease area, because, and as you can see, they've been operating, this is where the salmon cages are, and this is their current lease boundary. They have been operating outside of the site since 2018 on their current lease, but the current lease boundary is this whole area. So it's about 50 houses, hundreds of people being affected. Kelly Cove Salmon says the expansion will create jobs, increase the GDP, and increase municipal taxes with no adverse economic impacts. So the county can ask practical questions at the hearing. Well, how many aquaculture 1040 site-specific jobs will be created for Annapolis County residents? what, you could ask what, here's the payroll, show us some
Mhm.
evidence that Annapolis County residents are benefiting from this salmon farm. You could ask what suppliers they use in Annapolis County, what municipal taxes they pay to Annapolis County. And you could also ask, what are the effects on fisheries, on the lobster fisheries, on the clams? The clam site is about 4 kilometers away. That's nothing. And what about shoreline property? In their application to the board, they say this expansion will increase production by approximately 20% and will result in increased employment numbers in the local area and will increase Kelly Cove salmon's contribution to municipal taxes. So, but where are they? What is their contribution to Annapolis County? And they also say there is no expected adverse economic impacts. Well, as you can see in this from OpenGov on Canada.ca, there was no reported production values for all of the aquaculture in Annapolis County from 2017 to 2023. There was no reported production value, and there was 2021 employment reported. That's the only year. Otherwise, there has been 0 employment data reported. Another issue is the marketability of our homes. There was research in Scotland that showed visible aquaculture reduced market value of homes by £20,000. So when Kelly Cove Salmon claims there's no adverse economic impact to adjacent property owners or water access, we could say, well, there has been studies showing that it decreases property value and your lease will take up all the water access, so we can no longer launch boats from our shoreline. Also, lands and fisheries should be in the county record. Clamming is an existing use of Annapolis Basin. Kelly Cove's own application recognizes commercial, recreation, and First Nation land harvesting. So the local record should identify harvest areas, license holders, buyers, processors, and habitat sensitivity. Research also supports examining fine sediment, organic matter, and sulfides that could impact the clam beds that are a very short distance away from the site. And site-specific plan evidence should be on the record. I'm sure you all have Ralph Hayden's report. His material identifies practical risks to test near clam beds, including organic waste accumulation and reduced clam survival or recruitment. For the aquaculture 1040 site, evidence in their application should cover waste dispersion near mudflats, sediment, oxygen, and sulfides, harvesting access, and impact on local livelihoods. And organic loading is already a recognized monitoring issue. So Nova Scotia monitors aquaculture sites because organic deposition can create hypoxic or anoxic sediment conditions. And of course, increased production makes site-specific evidence on currents, waste dispersion, benthic habitat, and shellfish especially important. So the county can make sure those local concerns reach the board. In their application, they've already shown to the board that they have benthic mats, algae mats underneath the site already with the amount of fish they have now. So increasing the site by 20% will also increase that those algae mats. And this is a quote from the Aquaculture Review Board for the Ratlin Beach site decision. The use of this site to efficiently produce thousands of kilograms of food is surely an optimum use of the small portion of Annapolis Basin. Salmon farming converts feed to food much more efficiently and with a much smaller footprint than does, for example, beef production. So that's what the aquaculture review board thinks of salmon farm. But we also must show them that public water has value beyond food production. We use that shoreline for recreation, for boating, for swimming, clamming and lobster and existing fisheries are also in the basin. Tourism, recreation, local businesses, direct Annapolis County economic benefit, and the property marketability and assessment-based interest. So the county participation helps make sure the public water values that we hold are also on the record. So the county can participate with a focused municipal scope, talk about residential impacts, our property marketability, local economic benefit, fisheries, clams, tourism and recreation, and cumulative basin use. Our request is that the council ask staff to review the intervenor process and return with options for the county participation. And any questions? Good.
I definitely have questions, but I know you know where to begin. First, thank you, Ms. Cancel, for this part of the presentation. I thank Ms. Atwell as well, and Ralph Hayden and Jim Morrison for being here and as they present. You know, I have grown very tired of this whole production myself over the 10 years. And the complaints around the communities, and I asked the question, you know, have there been complaints all along this journey that have been reported to the parties that be, so Cook's Aquaculture in New Brunswick or elsewhere, you know, publicly to the government?
Yes, there have, we've been complaining since probably 2013. I think one of the most exciting parts about this review board is that this is the very first time that we actually get to have a say in the licensing procedure. Before it was, we had no say, it was just approve the license.
Right,
that's it. But
right.
now, thanks to the changes in the licensing procedures, we're allowed to now finally have a say.
Good. And so are all those complaints recorded? Like, have they all been, like, can you gather those complaints that are handed off by people in the area, local area?
Yeah, for sure, there's, we've been gathering them as we can, I mean, they do get lost, because 2013, maybe you didn't have to keep records as good as you did, you know, when you had the access to emails or stuff like that, but we have been definitely gathering them, yes, for sure.
So the biggest concern for me, of course, is, you know, everything that you have spoke about today, of course, and I'm not gonna reiterate all. But, you know, when the initial lease, and I have what I consider to be the lease as it existed back in the day. And it spoke to 8.21 hectares. And so they have in their own powers consumed up to 30, if not more. So, and because I'm not official, and I don't understand how they could have consumed additional space. How did that come about? How was that not reined back in? Do you know anything about that?
So the originally licensing was just where the cages existed.
Mm-hmm,
So it didn't count any of the mooring.
mm-hmm,
So licensing procedure changed to having, now the license has to include all moorings and all the lines and tie downs and everything like that, so. That happened in 2016, so now Kelly Cove has to apply for a lease expansion, it's called, that will include all the moorings and everything like that, so yes.
So that wouldn't have been part of, not from what I read. You know, it's convenient that it's on the water, but it's what's under the water
Under the water.
and how it consumed greater space.
Correct.
So how many fish actually are in that? If they talked about growing it to 660,000, how many fish currently are in?
Currently, there's 550,000.
So if you think about the numbers, it doesn't add up. how were they able to consume that much more of a footprint in the water and get away with that? And, you know, I spoke a couple of times to a gentleman who said, you know, they test just at the drop site, right? They don't go out broader. That's concerning. To me, it's limiting the survey would say, is there more
Exactly.
to study, right? It seems really convenient now that they want to expand, so a play on words, in my opinion. We know that the lease is up for renewal,
Correct,
and the original lease, as it stands right here, is 8.21 hectares.
correct,
So they've expanded themselves, right?
correct.
And taken the privilege and liberty to do so. And now want to expand to cover all that they have consumed. Which leads me to believe that if they get, I would go back and say, oh, have they honored the original agreement? And followed the regulations as they were laid out in the initial lease agreement? If they were to be given, let's say theoretically, a extension or a renewal or a new for the footprint that they've consumed and haven't been good stewards of the 8.21, there's nothing to say that they will then not come back and say, well, 30 becomes 90, because that's how it happens.
Correct.
So I have grave concerns with that, especially in that small basin with, as you have spoke about, all the other fishers, all of the, you know, tourism, all of the, we don't own the sights and sounds, we just don't, right? We own our land, but we don't own the water and we can't control that. But it is concerning that the privilege was taken and went so far. I'll leave it there.
Correct.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll move on to Councillor Agenbar.
Thank you, Ward. I have a couple questions.
Sure.
So, first of all, who is Kelly Cosen?
Kelly
Who are
Coast
the owners?
is a subsidiary of Cook Aquaculture
From where? Local?
from New Brunswick.
So they're not even local.
They're not even local. Most of the boats that come to work on the site come from St. John. So those big boats, there's a few boats that exist outside and work out in Digby County. A few boats, but a lot of the bigger boats, just they bring in from St. John's.
So do they employ local individuals?
There is- The two sites, the Riley Beach site and this site employ 5 full-time people. And a few,
From our area.
not 0 from our area, that we're talking, that's from Digby
So that
County.
answers that.
Yeah.
Why do they need to do it so close to shore? Like in the middle of the basin compared to the middle of the basin, is it that, what's the reason?
Currents is one, and the other would be shipping. You can't just take over a shipping lane. We still, Annapolis Royal used to be an international port, it's no longer an international port now, but it does still have, you know, sometimes cruise ship lane dropping through there. That's the economic resource for Annapolis Royal. You take away the waterway, they can't get here. So, you know, you're cut off completely, so that takes that part completely away for any tourism. So in that,
It indicates it's gotta be near shore.
it has to be narrow sheet, the other is the currents. Trying to remember back here, it's been a while since I've done this, but there was 3 test buoys in place, I think, in 2001, and they was there for 90 days. They're marked as, I think something went down, I think it was A001, AC001, AC002, and EC003. They tested the currents and water and wind velocity, the currents, wave height and depth. That's the only study that's ever been done for these gauges, and there's 3 sites in the app space right now, one the other side, there's another one down off of Cornwall.
I apologize for my layman questions, but they are important, I suspect.
So,
Already answered, you mentioned earlier that when, the local residents of those properties have really no access to use the water. I.e. kayaking, canoeing, and so on and so forth, except by the grace of the owners. So my question is, do they currently allow it now?
They allow it now. This space is allowed because that's not leased currently. The lease will extend over here. Unfortunately, it's on a PowerPoint, have the new lease, but. So the lease extends over here to the low water line. It goes all the way up there and out here, so that will no longer we'd be allowed.
So currently, there's no impediment to using it by their grace?
Currently, they don't own this area here, so we can still kayak and boat and inside by the shore there.
Well, I'm a little confused because your presentation, you said that we weren't allowed to do that, but
When they get granted their expansion. So right now, it's only 8 hectares. This is the old lease, but their current lease, the new lease that they're applying for will encapsulate this entire area, and then that will prevent us from,
unless they agree,
unless they agree.
which they currently do, so there's no reason to assume that maybe they won't.
They're not, it's by the grace of.
Okay, thank you. My last question is to the county, if I may. Just very briefly. Is there any current income as the KCS is implying that we get as a county because of this? Is there any tax-based income from that? That we know?
See there.
Not that I know.
So that's sort of an erroneous statement in the presentation.
That's what they say in their application.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
But you know, the agricultural review board will take that as truth. If you don't submit contradictory evidence, they will say, oh, well, you're gonna get municipal tax benefit.
Thank you, Councillor Crankin.
Thank you, colleagues, Councilor Walmart, Councilor Beckmer touched on most of it. So just to confirm, you just said the existing lease doesn't have any impediments due to exclusive use, but it's essentially because you said it's not necessarily because of their grace, it's because at the moment they don't have exclusive,
So they have exclusive use of this area, this blue area,
but the area.
but the expanded area, they'll still have exclusive use, but it cuts off this whole shoreline.
But just to clarify, potential to impede on what you're doing. It's not there yet, but it would be.
If they were
The
granted
expansion.
the expansion, correct.
So it's not exactly that they're allowing you, it's at the moment they can't necessarily stop you.
Correct.
With the expansion, they could, so we are putting. It's a phrase from my viewpoint, potentially putting your destiny in the fate of them. If you have the expansion, so it's not that they have a great track record of letting you do it.
Correct.
It will stop, they haven't.
But it will
Stop.
stop us.
Yeah. And then Councilor Longmire, about, just to confirm about, you made the comment of them operating outside of the current lease, which you confirmed they have.
You can see here,
Yeah.
the cages are outside their current lease.
Yeah, so my question is, do we have a rough idea how long they've been doing that?
Since 2018,
So for 8 years.
yeah.
And I was just gonna ask the same thing that Councilor Agenbar asked about if there's any municipal tax revenue, and I guess my other question would be is in these situations, what is the potential for municipal tax revenue? Because I'm not aware of any other than I do know operators will claim to have economic spin off and whatnot, but this. I'll save my comment on that for a little bit later, but what is the potential for, like, are there arrangements where the municipality could benefit from tax revenue, or is it? The claim,
It's through you, Warren. The only way that we receive taxation is if it's online. So unless they own property in Annapolis County, that's the only way you would get that tax benefit.
so there, again, I guess my words, there substantially is no merit to the claim of municipal tax benefit.
Thank you, Counselor. Deputy Warden.
Thank you. No, so unfortunately, I had one of the pleasures of meeting with representatives with two other counselors. And, it is interesting how some of the spin is around economic. Cause that's the big, because we have to be careful on what we can and cannot do if we're doing an intervenor clause. So from a perspective of municipality, it has to be basically financial. So our standpoint would be, if we were to do it, would be the negative effects on tax revenue. Which I know our staff has looked into, and it's hard to look, improve, but we still got time to look at things like that. But during that meeting, it was interesting when we were talking about economic spin-offs, where they were really grasping at straws on how it was economically improving us. I would say all of the examples they provided was economic development for municipality big,
Right.
right? Now, with the comment of, because now I'm also gonna play some devil's advocate, just because. So there is one employee in our municipality.
Right.
So we just have to be cautious when we say there's not, because there is one. He's actually 15 houses up from me.
Right.
That's the only reason I know.
Right. But according to official data.
Yeah.
There's zero.
So, I just want to play devil's advocate.
Right.
Right?
Yep.
Because when you go for intervenor clause, you're basically going to be cross-examined. So you just have to make sure that all the information is 100%. No different than when we go in front of the UARB for water or whatever, you get cross-examined on information. So there is one employee.
Right.
And, but still, it's not an economic driver for us. If we were Digby County, we'd probably be having a different conversation. The other question I had is around the picture that's on the screen. From someone that has an audible background, like myself, I just questioned someone's coordinates, from looking at that map, is not accurate. So whether it's code or presentation, because if you was to look at where their pins are,
Yeah.
and you move that to overlap, it covers what they have. So if you was to take your square and move it down.
Slide it down.
Oh,
slide
correct.
it down. So with that, that will also come up during your thing. If someone's pins are wrong,
Right.
right? So they'll say it's you don't say it's them, and so on and so forth.
Right.
So that's just something that I picked up right away. It's not that it looks like it was expanded. It looks like part of it was the wrong drop location,
Right.
right?
I have, I did this and I put it in Google Earth.
Yeah.
So in 2013, you go with the historical data. So 2013, 14, 15, all the cages were within. It's when they did move it.
They should.
And they have admitted that the cages are upside down as well. So.
Like, I can understand some of the shifting because with the currents that we had in Apple's Basin and the anchoring system we had together, some shifted, but it wouldn't all go one. So that's definitely interesting. I would like to know why. they
Yeah.
Moved down. All right, so the next part is around someone that has spent a lot of time in the natural space and a lot of time on water. There's one positive from this in regards to with their extension and the province is making them have the whole area encompassed in their lease. And it benefit us, but from a navigational perspective, right now, when we go charge, it only shows what their lease is. So there's huge aids to navigation or hazards to navigation outside of that, which is interesting. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans Canada hasn't had something to say about that. So that might be an.
Not 100% sure if Department of Fisheries and Oceans would have anything to do with the navigation, that would be Coast Guard.
Well, that's what I said, the Department of Fisheries Ocean falls, the Coast Guard falls under them and National Defense. So the feds, because the issue with the Annapolis Basin is it's always been an argument between the feds and the province of who actually has full jurisdiction. Because of the way that it's set up, and then the fact that when they put the dam in, it made the basin itself a harbor. And anyway, it goes on, so there's always been a battle between the two. So if you can get both of them fighting each other, it benefits the situation.
Let's go somewhere else.
Alright, so, what do we got here? So the other thing is something that I mentioned at the beginning of when we first got approached by this organization was from being someone from the South Shore originally, and I've spent a lot of time on the water. I find this situation very unique in the fact that if you look at the majority of the other sites, if you look at their sites on the South Shore, they are not adjacent to existing residential properties.
Right.
So that's the big thing for me is why they picked that location when there are different areas within the basin that is not right in front of a residential area.
Right.
I know personally that if I walked out the back deck and I saw the lights and heard the sounds, and someone saw the work, I would be completely ticked off. But so that's the thing that I don't understand with this one situation was it's not like that area, Victoria Beach and Port Wade didn't have houses when that was put in.
Yeah, they
You know, it's all historical, a lot of historical homes. We've been using those lands for hundreds of years. So I just don't understand why that was approved in the first place. Really doesn't help us now, but
Right.
it's just very unique that you never usually see fish farms adjacent to residential. And that's the situation that bothers me the most. But I just want to go back to the economic part, where when we had that meeting, one example they gave for grasping at straws was around the ability that we were to keep the Digby St. John Ferry. That if it wasn't for these types of things, wouldn't. And at the time, so you're aware, I did argue that point because the amount of traffic for this fish farm does not justify the traffic to that ferry. For someone from the South Shore, that family's involved in lobster fishing and all that, that's what keeps that ferry alive.
Right.
Because that's what takes the lobster to Maine, that's what takes it to shipping. It's kind of grasping at straws when they threaten, well, that was a good ferry here.
Right.
So,
The ferry existed since before I was born.
exactly, yeah.
It exists long after.
So I just question all of the grasping at straws. So, but in regards to you coming to us today, I am supportive when the time comes to the conversation for the county to look at being an intervener. But we have a lot of homework to do, and a lot of things to decide. And like I mentioned at the beginning, it's not the place to make that decision.
Right.
I appreciate all of you coming and making a presentation, and you're definitely a well-organized community activist group. And we appreciate the work and the information you provide.
Thank
I do
you.
have one thing. I did also write a paper up about the economic for the United States on the clam harvesting side of it. I don't think it's ever really put it in here. I'm sure. If you would like, I can also leave a piece of that, and that's also had the studies of where, why $2.2 million was spent. And in Big B County, Pinehurst, a live Indianapolis piece. I mean, they've already invested $2.2 million to try to ensure through their, fixing up their sewage plants and stuff like that, so. No economic benefits and. I did have one there, but I'm not sure why. I get lost.
Please leave it with us.
You guys, I also had all the referrals, the studies that come through Dallas University, as well, and all that. Should be like, for you guys to on the road.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to Councillor Welch.
My first question is about goodwill from ACS and how they've engaged the community over the last 10 years to try and get some community buy to this project, being as it's in such close proximity to the community. How do they communicate with the community? Do they communicate?
They've never communicated. I have emailed the, I think it's the public relations gentleman, probably about 5 or 6 times throughout since 2018, I would say. Never once have I received a reply. He mentioned there was a newspaper article, our team had put on a Sam Moore's presentation at the Annapolis Theater, and he was interviewed, and he said, oh, I'd be very happy to work with the residents of Fort Wade to help with the noise mitigation. So I emailed him, and I was like, wow, I'm so happy to hear that you're willing to work with us. And he, again, has never replied to any of our emails, so I personally have never talked to him or anyone from agriculture. They don't put out they put a public hearing on as required by the application. So they were required to put a hearing on, but unfortunately it was during COVID. So only one person at a time could go in, and it was very difficult. But that was the only time they've ever done any sort of public release.
So they've had 10 years to get community buy-in and build support in the community, and they've done nothing.
They've done absolutely nothing. Zero. I've never heard of. I have talked to, since we've started this board, and I know one of our residents has paid a lawyer, and after he got the lawyer, I happened to get a number from a lady named Jennifer, I believe her name is. So I called her and told her about my problems with the noise, basically, and she did say they were working on noise mitigation.
Can you speak a little bit more to that, how the quality of life affects the people within that?
Can I play a recording? I don't know. I'm gonna play a recording, please. I'll show you what I live with and all the residents live with every day. That's what I live with. 24 hours a day. Well, sure. You can hear from me.
Has that decibel reading actually been like officially tested?
It has not been. Maybe we have no. We don't have the money. I inquired about testing it professionally, and it was I think $3,000 for someone to come down and
Well,
record. I mean, regardless of what the decibel is, you can hear it from inside the house. I can't have my office windows open because you can hear the bars, that rattling chain,
and then the lights.
the lights, yeah.
So in the last 10 years, has a lot of those properties been bought or sold? And
They have not. I know the one property, so in 2013, my next door neighbor bought a very cute little house with blue. When she purchased that property, all the cages were out of the water. So she was unaware that there was a clam lease there, or sorry, clam lease, a salmon lease. So she bought the property for $350,000. And she redid that thing from top to bottom. And maybe a few months after she started the renovations, the clam cages came back in. And when she tried to sell it, maybe, I think a couple of years after the clam cages came in, she sold it for $350,000. Because they were not, it's obviously the clam.
saying, I just have one more question, and that pertains to the test that they do. Is that public access? Is that the test that they actually do for sulfites and stuff at the bottom? That they claim to do? Do they actually allow access to those tests, or is DFO? Do they do any site testing to like the clam beds? Maybe that's a question better saved for later.
I think most of the testing's done by the company themselves, and they submit the data themselves to our fisheries.
And you have access to that. You can request
That's
that.
not accessible without, the consent from the company themselves. It's sort of like a paradox where they get set the rules because they are the only ones that have any benefit to it. So in a lot of the industry, and it's not just in the salmon industry, it's not, the clam industry has sort of the same access benefits that they support in that. As we do testing on beaches, a private company does testing on beaches for themselves. We don't get that access unless we actually, we have to really fight to get it. I mean, Jim could tell you that.
Yeah.
And so it's not just in that industry that does that. That's pretty much every industry that does that. So to get that access, you would have to pull a lot of strings.
May I?
Okay. Are you finished? Okay, Councillor Oxner?
What is the timeline on this? When is the actual hearing?
So they haven't given us a set time, but I have heard through, I believe one of the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture said they were looking at maybe early 2027.
Councillor Hardy?
Yeah, firstly, thank you very much for the presentation. I just have two quick questions. Have you seen any evidence of damage to the clam beds since they've started their operations?
Back when the first lease was ever issued, I did a photo for a gentleman by the name of Terry Wilkins in Digby. That was for salmon cages, that's on, I believe they call it around the beach. It's actually done one very terrible. So when they first installed that, I took a series of photographs, sort of the environmental impact for his personal records, and for the records of at that time, there was no clam association. I remember back, it's been a long time, back in the nineties, mid-90s, probably 30 years ago. He has those photos still today. He has, I don't know if he still has them, or they was part of the study that, part of the evidence that we put forth back in the 90s. I've been doing this a long time, so. That evidence is out there. clearly shows like rockweed, small clams, small, not clams, small crabs, sea life, you know. You go there today and take a picture, there is. That beach is pretty much barren rock. Same as down at Victoria Beach and Port Wade now, but there's no seaweed, there's no, that, adults, where everybody used to go and take adults down at, Battery Point. Yeah, Battery Point down there, there's no adult surf. That's a direct line up to the sand. So yeah, there's lots of physical, where you can physically say that it's done, but you can't actually prove it. Because of the lack of the studies that had been provided. And it's right somewhere. I should actually write it down, but there is recommendations from some of the technical institutes on company. I think it's right now, Charters, the Federal Institute, I believe. Did one here and recommended that there should be more environmental studies done for the impact on the cage before any expansion should be allowed. However, salmon cage in the criteria put forth to government, no scientific data from outside this area can be submitted to hold, stop anything for progress. So we're sort of got our hands tied behind our back.
Yeah.
And they get put up the, they get to say what the criteria, what the criteria is to be able to.
I appreciate you mentioning the adults too, because that's another industry that brings in money to local people as well.
You know, there's many.
Yeah, because I mean, thank you for that answer, and because I think it's really important for me personally to take people that have worked in the area locally for many, many, many years, doing work in that industry that I may not necessarily know as much about, but you've been out there on the beaches and you know if there's a change, if there seems like there's life and now there is not. I think that's important to know. So thank you. And my second question was about actually lobster fishing in the area. And I know that there are local lobster fishers in the area. And if there's an expansion of that lease, that area is going to get bigger. My assumption would be that that is going to eliminate lobster fishing in that adjacent area as well. And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we do have local lobster fishers that fish in this area. And I was just wondering if you had a perspective on that or any information on how it could affect the lobster fishing in the area.
Well, definitely by anything that, when you reduce size, you lose your grounds.
Yeah.
I'm not so much concerned with that. I've never done too much on the lobster industry in the Annapolis Basin. I actually fish for lobsters personally right now as a deckhand out of 34, so that in St. Mary's Bay and Lower Bay of Fundy. What does concern me is when they do lice treatments for fish. There's chemicals that they do use. Now I understand that they're starting to put them aboard fishing and board boats and treat them aboard boats. Doesn't mean that some of that treatment isn't getting back out into the water. And that kills lice. And unfortunately, sea lice and lobsters are of the same family. It kills lobsters. And if anybody have ever watched Salmon Wars, you see where they have done treatments to salmons, that's killed an entire system of lobsters in that area. Miles, not just within a certain small distance, miles. And we had, I hate to say it, but I mean, I've been doing this, and it's not only the salmon cage, but I was also involved with the power project here in Annapolis. When that first started out as well. And we had big issues with that when it starts in the sediment that come down the river. It's decimated the planet this year. So, and we just starting now to get it back, but the sediment's starting to firm up enough that supports the plant industry again. So we're actually starting to get a better product, better You know, it's took years, work, a lot of volunteers, work at it, you know. I'd like to say we see, but we haven't usually restricted for, see from my area to another. So, but, like I say, the salmon industry, sometimes, you know, it's the cost of business, you know. It's easier to pay $100,000 fine than it is to put out $200,000 bill.
Thank you very much. That's all.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome for your thoughts for a minute. Madam, you had a comment, and I'll let you
Yes.
make your comment, and then I'll make my comment.
To answer Councillor Welch's question with regard to testing and records, the group currently has BOIPOP application in to hopefully answer some of those questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is where we are. We had a 10-minute presentation, more or less, but we have gone way. And and I'm not complaining, however, I know that I have to kind of bring it back, way back. You have provided a lot of information, a lot of excellent information for our council to listen to and to digest. I'm gonna put it that way. So I'll give you one last question, and then I'll give, if it works out, we can, I know I have two more presenters here. Can you do it in 5 minutes each? Say yes, please. Say yes, please. Councilor Brandon.
This site is just down the road from the Victoria Beach Wharf. How much closer does the expansion bring it to the wharf?
Not much, honestly, yeah.
Okay, so to switch off. Do you really have a question, Councilor?
I just wanna, just one quick thing.
Quick.
Yeah, it really answers to Deputy Warden when he spoke about why was it chosen in that area. And it was back in the Joe Casey days when there was an experiment where they had tested out halibut and haddock and, many other species of fish. And that then piggybacked onto that because it had already been a site, but you also know that Joe Casey had a very large prominent fisheries there. And the wharf was there, so it was all very convenient, and of course, protected waters, right? All play a role, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I'm hoping you guys are going to provide us 5 minutes each. I'm sure there'll be questions, though. So, do you want to use the podium? You're next.
I'm fine.
Okay,
I will be giving, you did want to request, somebody requested the act for the.
Deputy Warden, would you take that, please?
Share up the fact sheets or the back references and all that.
Thank you.
Back, right?
Thank you for that.
Now, I'd like to start out by saying the clam industry has been in the Annapolis Basin for over 100 years. Despite being required to hold a license to harvest, not once through all this did the Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture inform us or consult with its licensed commercial fishermen. Clam harvests are licensed and we're commercially fed. We have faced a lot of historical things, natural challenges in the industry. Red tide, known as paralytic shellfish poisoning, caused by algae blooms, which can be a byproduct of the waste that's filled up in the open bin fish farms. Species uneaten food are a significant source of phosphorus and nitrogen. When this occurs, it can cause lengthy closures of the harvesting beaches. And if they expand it, that's gonna even put more of that waste. And we battled, I think a week ago, our counts were getting higher, but we had a couple of cool days and some wind. So it kind of dispersed it a bit, so things kind of held off. But if we get too much rain, we're shut down. We've lost the beach at the head of St. Mary's Bay to a QXP. That killed all the little hard shell clams, which was about 40 people were harvesting that beach. They're now up in the Annapolis Basin. They've been there now for the last 3 years.
Our license has Kings County, Annapolis County, and Digby County. We only have, I think there's two or three commercially harvested beaches in Digby County. The rest is in Annapolis. Storms Cove, that is our major spot. If we lose Storms Cove, our industry down. We won't be able to, because we put too many people on the rest of it. And, like market changes and stuff like that, but that's just a given. And with this site, they'll they, when we were at a meeting and the guy said they're testing their boundaries. Where this, it goes down here, comes down, goes out the gut. So when the tide comes in the gut, it pulls all this back down. So it comes down here and then it goes back into the basin somewhere. So it never gets tested. Nobody knows where it goes. It's up in there somewhere. And then on the ebb tide, the ebb tide comes down, goes out, and goes past the Victoria Beach Wharf. So, and as far as the sea lice, when they put those chemicals in to kill sea lice, it's gonna kill the little microscopic clams, the crabs, the lobsters, anything that's small. Big ones, that doesn't. When they show you something, they'll show you pictures of big lobsters crawling around on the bottom. Well, they don't use that. They're not poison to kill their own full-grown fish. They just want to kill all this microscopic stuff. So after a few years, things is going to have to build up. And it's going somewhere, and it'll probably explode on us. But I really don't think it's a good thing for them to be doing. They've had, I think, 27 years. And they've proved that there's better ways to do it, and I think they should move towards land-based things they can control. They even have sea-based ones that they can control. They're expensive, but they have a lot of money. Any questions?
Any questions, councilors? Questions, stick to a question.
Yeah, good question.
Perfect.
Thank you, Warden. This basin should be here to support the local fishers,
Yes.
the 80+. That includes harvesters of clams, that includes people who dulse there and
Yep.
produce a product for market, the lobster fishermen, right, all of that. When you think about taxes, you are a people of Annapolis County and protecting you and your ability to live here, work here, play here, experience here. And I love the comment that was made earlier from Ms. Cancel when she said, it speaks to the strategic plan. It really does. This doesn't. Your presentations do speak to our strategic plan. One multinational corporation versus all of those tax-paying citizens and their families and the ripple effect. Where, if you think about the devastation that could happen if Thorns Cove was to be decimated, then there could be possibly uprooting of people who live here, their children go to school here, you spend your money here, you shop locally, right? You separate families, and then, we know that the ripple effect of mental health and wellness follows. I think there's so much more to what you've shared, and that needs to be, really sought after and put and documented and recorded.
Any other question?
Thank you. Nope, that's it. I just wanted.
You said you had a question.
Sorry, well.
You can.
Okay, I will ask the question.
Oh, you better.
Think about it. If they want to expand, they want to go past the 9 hectares roughly. Why not go back to New Brunswick where they have all of their processing? And I'm sure
Kick them out.
cheaper, right? So they didn't follow the rules. I just say, multinational, sea-based, yeah, I know. Well, why not? Why couldn't they go back, right? Has anyone ever asked them that question? Maybe, it'd be cheaper to process over there.
That was shy from a question, but okay. Councilor Cranston, I'm
Thank you.
sure you're up next, and do you have a question?
I'm gonna phrase it in the form of a question.
I know.
What type of environment assessment is done, are they required to do as part of their inspection? Specifically, in relation to the use of chemicals, because I want to thank you for making, not just your report, but highlighting the effect on the marine life and the smaller creatures. Because an example that was given to me years ago was if you take a chemical of any type, take a drop and drop it right here, get it, or take a bucket of water, drop it in the bucket of water and watch what happens. So, the question is, what type of assessment are they required to do?
They're only required to do around where their site exists. I asked them and they said, no, they don't have to go outside of the area.
Because you can't control the water,
So
so essentially they don't have to have any.
Here we have, there's probably, what is it, roughly 6 hours?
Yeah.
Of tide change, well, I'll bet there's 9 hours of tide going down here because of the way that the back even runs down through by there all the time. So it's drawing it down, pushing it up in the basin somewhere. I'm probably thinking maybe on the Ballastron, let's go Ballastron, they used to dump everything when they brought it here in ships to take the iron ore or apples or lumber or gypsum or whatever, they brought loads over, dumped it in the basin. And loaded up with stuff, paid it back.
Just so you know, the current data that they used was from 2011, and it was for 39 days. Whereas that's how they're showing that their feed and the byproduct of waste doesn't go outside of the lease area. But in their application, they did show that the waste and the feed does actually go outside the lease area.
Thank you. Okay, we have a couple minutes left. Are there any other questions? Councillor Welch,
Just one quick question.
is it a question? Two.
I'm just wondering if you can confirm whether or not KCS has a second lease in the basin and if they've explored the development of that instead of expansion of this.
They do that.
They had a site farther out in the basin, but they lost their salmon. I think there was too much tide out there towards the center, and that's what, when they lost their salmon, that went up into Bear River. And the Bear River band had been trying to get the salmon to come back, and they're thinking they were doing great until they lost all them their farm salmon, went up and cleaned out all their little juveniles. Now they had nothing. So. And when you talk about your 80, that's 80 people that are actually harvesting. That's not your plant workers, your truck drivers, all the restaurant workers that's gonna serve these plants. And like, it's a big spin-off. And what few salmon, they take them from here and pump them into ships and they take them to New Brunswick to process them anyway. They're not even processed. It's just a few jobs feeding.
You're welcome. Good question.
I yield my time to Councillor Aguilar, if you didn't see.
Okay, Councillor Aguilar.
I'll be brief, clarification and question. So you referenced Thorns Cove.
Yes.
My understanding, if I'm correct, is that it's up, right up. Yep. Now, how far is it from there to Thorns Cove? How many kilometers would it be?
It would probably be, what would that be? 3 to 5 kilometers, 3 to 5 kilometers from where it is now to Thorns Cove. Now from what was known as Portway Pier to Thorns Cove, that used to be a harvestable beach. I knew a guy, his whole life, that's where he worked, right there in that one spot. He probably couldn't get enough down there and make chowder. I had one gentleman tell me that even though, then there was a whole bunch of little stuff coming back, just babies. And he thought, great, we're gonna do good. And a year later, that stuff was all gone. It died. I'm not saying that that's what it was caused by, but that was the closest proximity. And the more it expands, the more stuff they're gonna come along.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that for the rest of the. Familiar with the area.
Oh.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are we done with the questions, or do we have any other questions? Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much. thank you to all four of you, Wanda, and I think I have the first names, Wanda, Sarah, Jim, and Ralph. Thank you so much for coming in
Thank you so
and,
much.
and taking the time to explain to us, and not only that, answering the questions when we had questions, but you know, sometimes you have to go sideways. So thank you so much for that. And thank you for everybody that came in the audience. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank
you. Thank you. Okay. We will have papers for the rest of after, Madam Kelly photocopies them. Yeah. The ones that the deputy warden gave to you.
It's as easy to scan.
Or you send it an email.
I really.
Perfect. All right.
Paper.
Okay, let's move along to our regular council minutes. We need the approval of the minutes that were for municipal council on June the 23rd, 2026. Are there any omissions or corrections or anything on those minutes? Seeing none, the minutes are approved as presented. We'll move on to page 23. And we have a series of recommendations from committee of the whole, so I will be asking for people to volunteer to put the recommendation on the floor. Motion 6.1, Councillor Welsh.
I move that municipal council approve the 5-year 2031 active living strategy in accordance with the recommendation of the committee of the whole.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Cranton. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yeah.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. 6.2. Councillor Hare.
I move that municipal council approve the proposed amendments to policy 117, fire services capital funding to replace the requirement for audited financial statements with the requirement for financial statements that have undergone a review engagement when applying for capital funding, 7-day notice given on July 14th, 2026.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Connell. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yeah.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. 6.2. Councillor Welsh.
I move that municipal council amend policy 135 fees to, number 1, include a refundable deposit of $150 for private road signage applications, with any unused portion of the deposit refunded to the applicant. And number 2, provide that permit development and administrative fees will be waived for municipal owned infrastructure and facilities. 7-day notice given on July 14th, 2026.
Thank you. Seconder. Councillor Deputy Warden. Yeah. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. 6.4. Councilperson Salzman.
I move that municipal council authorize $39,441 from the capital reserve fund to cover excess costs from the Bear River Public Facility Project for 2025-26 fiscal year pursuant to the recommendation of committee of the whole.
Thank you very much. Seconder. Mr. Harding. Any comments or questions? Seeing none. All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. 6.5. Mr. Harding.
I move that municipal council authorize the write-off of $13,600 for dangerous and unsightly charges and $95.14 for 2026-27 property tax levied on land, West Dalhousie Road, Lakeel, per section 38 of the Municipal Government Act, in accordance with the recommendation of committee of the whole.
Thank you. Seconder. Mr. Oxner. Any questions or comments? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. 6.6. Councilor Welch.
I move that municipal council authorize $855,763 from the operating reserve to completion of the Bear River Water System Capital Project pursuant to the recommendation of the committee of the whole.
Thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Harding. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. 6.7. Councillor Carson Saul,
I move that municipal council authorize $464,607 from the operating reserve to fund the completion of the Hillside Drive Water System Capital Project in accordance with the recommendation of Committee of the Whole.
thank you. Seconder, Councillor Agenbar. Comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. 6.8. Councillor Oxner.
I move. Oops, where am I? That municipal council adopt the 2026-2029 strategic plan as presented pursuant to the recommendation of the whole.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Longmire. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. 6.9. Councillor Longmire.
I move that municipal council direct the CAO to dispose of municipally owned properties identified and described in Appendix A of the July 21st, 26 request for decision.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Carson Salzman. Any comments or questions? I have two, which is, we'll start with Councillor Oxner and then Deputy Warden.
And I would like to, I guess in the form of an amendment, include PID 053-02328, property on Olympiad Drive in Mictaw, be included in the list to sell. It's a very marketable property at this time. We don't necessarily need parkland at the moment. The subdivision is looking to be further developed. So in the case we need parkland down the road, we could make that as must.
Okay, so the amendment would be to,
Include,
do you have it?
PID
what's the PID number?
5302328. That's the exact same thing.
Oh, okay, each to it. There's this picture on page 129 of what we're provided with the committee of the whole.
Five on the list.
Page 25.
Yeah, that's not here, so so the number, okay, so the amendment, would you read the amendment, Madam Chair?
Yeah, not sure. Oh.
If I could ask, do we have a PID number that somebody can make sure that we have it corrected?
5302328.
Olympiad Drive.
Olympian
Olympiad Drive.
Olympian Drive.
Mixtaw lot one per lot per.
Okay,
So I was seconding.
yes, seconded by Deputy Warden. Now, we need to focus on the amendment. So therefore, I'd like to, when you're done, to read the amendment.
I have to include PID 5302328 property, Olympia Drive to be included as property to sell.
Councillor Oxner, do you agree with that amendment?
Yes.
Did you read it? Did you hear it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Okay, and that is the property that we are speaking of. Okay, any comments or questions? Yes. Deputy Warden?
So, I guess I don't have to speak the other one. So since committee of the whole, I've been thinking about this property. And since this time, I also went on the ATV trail and went down by it. So I do believe that I think this is something that we should put on for RFP for a couple reasons. One, so we're thinking about the fact that this could potentially be a park. But I think we, last time, was more focused on the access to the rail trail than that actual PID itself. So from going there, it looks like you'll still have access to the trail for anyone that's in that subdivision to get on. But having that piece of property sold and say someone built a $500,000 home. So not only would we get money from selling the property that goes into the park, we would then get the tax revenue on that $500,000 home. And with this expanding, I don't even know if that would be the right place to put a park if we wanted to put a park there. So it wasn't until I took my ATV, went down the trail, had a look at it, that the fact that it will still have access to the trail. And I don't know if that's the best place in the future to put a park. Especially if it's expanding, it would be better to have a park more centralized in that area than at the beginning. So, Councillor Oxer beat me to the punch. But yeah, so I'm supportive of the amendment for those reasons.
Thank you. Councillor Welsh and Councillor Hare.
I'm just trying to remember from the committee of the whole meeting if that whole subdivision is currently for sale.
It's a big piece of property
Way up.
kind of to.
That's
the left.
adjacent to it.
That's for sale.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Councillor Hare.
As far as access to the rail bed concerned, that parcel was never in question whether or not it would provide access to the rail bed. It was a matter of the access currently going to the rail bed was close to the parcel. The parcel itself wasn't going to provide access. Just Brian thinking in a planning perspective, but in green spaces. That particular subdivision, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think there's very many plateaus in the area. Just flat lots. I don't think there's any public flat areas, because I'm not vouching that we should put park and playground equipment in every single subdivision in the county. But in a planning perspective, have green spaces. Of course, there's woods everywhere, it's whether or not they'll be accessible, so there's problems with the woods there, but anyway. It could be a potential just green space for users of that subdivision, and there's the access across the rail bed to the subdivision next to it. Because again, I don't think there was any flat green spaces. Get the size of this to maybe 1.51 acres or hectares.
Hectares. Look right around. Is that what it's now? Maybe I'm wrong. Turn around.
0.15.
So 0.1, okay.
I would be fine with it being sold, but it was a matter of, it is access, it could be potential green space to the subdivision across and the one in it. Want to sell it, go ahead and we'll buy something later on. I guess my other question is, and this is probably a very hard one to ask right now. This was taken in lieu of money, correct, for the subdivision development? Can I get a ballpark of how much money we passed up on to get this parcel?
I would defer to.
I don't have that record anymore. I think this subdivision was done in 2012, maybe a little later. It would have been 5% of the value at that time.
Value of the lots or the development?
You would have been lots. So parks levy is calculated if you have 10 lots. PBSC comes back and says they're worth 20,000 each. I times that by 5%.
I'm just trying to think, and again, this is going forward, if we do happen to make the decision to sell this, and we already voted on once, but if we do sell it. If we end up selling it for less than what we would have received by taking the cash instead of.
That's not what.
Would these be a fraction?
No.
No.
The what,
You
the
know.
land?
The land, or what we got.
Last one I'm asking the question for.
Okay,
It was a simple question.
Yeah.
If, what would the cash payout have been? And it, what, it was it $10,000 or was it $500? So,
it was back in around 2012.
yeah, and we don't know, but I'm just trying to get a ballpark amount, because if it was the other way around where we could have had more money from just taking the cash payouts to the land. Which I think is a valid.
There. We just don't have the numbers, so, yeah. I have Counselor Crenton, and then I'll have Counselor Connell. Oh, sorry, no, I'm wrong. Counselor Crenton, Counselor Oxner, Counselor Connell.
I'm gonna vote no to the amendment, just because I recognize new information comes up and we can always change our minds, so I respect the process, but we would have spent a fair amount of time discussing this and would have came to consensus, and I'll just kind of reiterate that most, any of this land has potential to be sold or be captured or used for green space, and I just felt this one was a good one to hang on to, because it was a significantly smaller piece of property compared to some of the other ones we were looking at and deliberating on whether we should keep or sell. So if we were in the process of keeping some parklands, I thought this was a good fit for that, and change my mind. Thank you.
Okay, Counselor Oxner.
I'd just like to, find out, it's my understanding this lot is sewer and septic ready, so it's shovel ready for build. We're in a prime place right now with people building, moving into the area, so I think we'd be remiss at hanging on to this piece. As a parent, I would not want to park adjacent to an ATV trail, knowing that there are some irresponsible users. And children do run rogue sometimes. So from a safety perspective, I would see parkland in a more isolated area or a buffered area. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Connell?
That lot probably is worth $65,000. I've got a lot right down the road from it. I want 65 for it. And there's a lot just the other side of me, they want 67 or 68,000 for it. So the lots selling on the middle road right now are anywhere from 50,000 to 70,000. A lot I got for sale, I bought 10 years ago for 21,000.
Yeah.
And I had 60 acres. And I'm gonna sell an acre lot, acre and a half. So I'm assuming that if we would have took cash when that subdivision was created, we could have got maybe $3,000 or $4,000, maybe $5,000 at the most. I don't know that.
Yeah.
But I know that the land on the middle road is gone significantly.
God, nice.
The houses that are being built down there are very high value.
Mhm.
And I know that with Greenwood being a part of building and hoping that we get some in build in this county, that would be a purchasable lot, that's for sure.
Thank you. I think that kind of answers your, it's comparable. Deputy Warden.
Thank you. So I just did a brief mathematization based on what the director mentioned for the formula. So even if we look at the value exempt, 20,000, and with how we come up with the park levy, the most that we would have gotten cash in lieu of is approximately $10,000 at the absolute most. So even if we sold it for the value of it, $20,000, we still potentially. But in regards to a comment from Councilor Crampton about changing, and we talked a lot about it. This is actually one piece of property that we did talk a lot about, and this is one piece of property that I was on the fence about. And I did agree to add it to the list, but we all have seconds over thoughts. That's the whole point of bringing things to committee of the whole and council, where you have that second thought. And I know a lot of people around this table, if you had $1 for every time you change your mind, committee of the whole to council, we'd probably make a lot more money than what we make as councillors. So, but yeah, so that's my thought process on that is, I do see the points, but I think that it would be more beneficial to the municipality and to the parks levy to dispose of it and sell it and then use that money in the park to do park and rec stuff. If we agree to keep the parcel land in Cornwallis Park, this would allow us to bring money to do those things. So this is actually a piece of property I think that we could get money, a lot of money from selling it. Potentially, 3, 4, 5 times what we would have got, absolutely. Plus continually getting tax revenue from, even if you look at all the other houses on there, they're between $300,000 and $500,000. That's a big investment, so.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Okay, on the amendment, which here's where you read it. Begin.
Include PID 05302328, property of Olympia Drive to be listed as property to sell.
Okay. All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Let me just look here, keep it up. Okay. Against, no?
No.
Okay, thank you. Motion passed. Yes. All right, now we need to go on the motion itself. So Madame, you're up. Yes.
That's amended.
Yeah.
I guess I could have, no, I can't do because you got the end of, you have the amendment. So,
Okay, so that municipal camp council directs CAO to dispose of municipally owned property identified and described as Appendix A of the July 21st, 2026 request for decision as amended. So do you want that as amended to include PID 053023?
Right, so,
28 property of Olympia Drive to be listed as property to sell.
right, that is the whole motion. Okay, that's what we're voting on. If there's no questions. Okay, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Okay, we are at 6.10. Deputy Wilson.
I move the municipal council direct the CAO to undertake a detailed review of the remaining municipal owned properties and identify and describe in the July 21st, 2026 request for decision and return with future recommendation if deemed to be certain.
Secondary, Councilor Oxner. Comments or questions? Seeing none, seeing one, Councilor Connell.
I was just actually going to Bridgewater the other day. Freeman's had an advertisement on the radio saying that they were, if anybody wanted to sell forestry land, that they would be very interested in meeting with the people, looking over their land, and giving them an offer. I know that some councilors thought we should get a forestry company to come in and look and see really what it's worth, but if there's a local lumber company that's already doing that, I thought that would be some information.
Thank you. You get more information from Councilor if you need some. Okay, any other comments or questions on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes. Opposed, no. Motion passed. 6.11, Councilperson Sullivan.
I move that municipal council director Warden and CAO to be authorized to sign cost share agreement number 2006-001 in accordance with recommendation of committee of the whole.
Thank you. Seconder, Councilor Cranston. Any comments or questions? All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Against, no. Motion passed. 6.12, Councilor Oxney.
I move that municipal council authorize the transfer of $22,500 received through the 2025 wildfire prevention grant from the operating reserve to the operating budget pursuant to the recommendation of committee of the whole.
Thank you. Seconder, Councilor Carson Sullivan. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Okay, so we are at new business. And we are on page 40. We have a motion from the audit committee. Deputy Warden, would you read the motion? Page 40.
I move that municipal council approve additional audit fees for MNP for additional work on the 2024-2025 audit file in the amount of $14,820, including HST, in accordance with the recommendation of the audit committee.
Thank you. Seconder, Councilor Oxner. Any comments or questions? Councilor Con.
MNP,
Okay.
MNP.
M and P.
That's actually their name.
That's
That's the
the,
auditors, yeah. I don't know if it stands for anything or not. I've always heard it as MNP.
No, that's what I wanted to.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's somebody's names, but I don't even know what it is.
Okay.
They go by MNP.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
okay, any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Okay, we are on page 41. We have a recommendation from the PAC. Councilor Longmire.
Thank you. I move that municipal council give first reading of its intent to adopt the proposed Bridgetown Planning Area Land Use Bylaw and Secondary Planning Strategy document and set a public hearing date of September 15th, 2026, in accordance with the recommendation of the Planning Advisory Committee.
Which is the PAC. After I said it, which is the PAC. Seconder by Councilor Oxner. Comments or questions? Deputy Warden.
Thank you. I just want to say, I'm glad that we're putting this motion on the floor. It's a long time coming. And I appreciate the hard work that our planning department has done. This one portfolio alone, we had a lot of ups and downs and sideways and literal punches. So, I'm just glad to see that we've all hashed it out and that PAC agrees with the work that's been done. And I look forward to seeing, what more comments will come from the public hearing. Because our planning department has gone above and beyond with doing public consultation for this secondary planning. To the point of meeting with business owners, having one-on-one meetings with affected residents. It's phenomenal the amount of work that went into this. It definitely was a needed extra step that, lessons learned come from the secondary plan. So I just want to take the time to thank the planning staff. Because really, our planning advisory group really, from that perspective, doesn't do a huge amount of work. It's the planning department that does it. We just get to pick up the errors and get to put, our nice spin on certain things or from our personal knowledge on the area. So I just really want to thank the planning department to put this all together, and we're moving forward.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councilor Aguilar?
I would just like to reiterate what the deputy warden has said in respect to particularly the planning staff, because there was a lot of duress at the beginning of that because of the circumstances, and they did a remarkable job. And I know there was some staff changes in there, and everybody that came to the party in that respect really did a good job. And and also to thank the citizens reps on that council, on that committee as well.
Yeah.
So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yeah.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Okay, so we're on page 42, which is two motions from the nominating committee. I need two volunteers. Councilor Harding?
Move the municipal council appoint the following citizen representatives and council representatives to the accessibility committee: Tina Hiltz, Brenda McDonald, Elizabeth Mason Squires, John Smith, Catherine Jean Voicy, Councillor Lynn Longmire, alternate Councillor Ted Agenbar, for terms as described in the nominating committee request for decision of July 14th, 2026.
Thank you. I need a seconder. Councilor Connell? Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Second motion? Could I have Councilor Longmire?
I move that municipal council appoint the following citizen representatives and council representatives to the Equity, Diversity and Inclusion Committee: Asha Croghan, Carmelita Johnson, Larry Peters, Donna Wade, Councillor John Welsh, alternate Councillor Gidget Oxner, for terms as described in the nominating committee request for the decision of July 14th, 2026.
Thank you very much. Seconder, Councilor Crampton. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Okay, let's move on to page 43. We have a recommendation for the approval of bylaw 2 marketing levy. Recommendation is to be read by Councilperson Salzman.
I move that municipal council give second and final reading to the bylaw 2 marketing levy as circulated.
You, seconder. Councilor Oxner. Any comments or questions? Oh, sorry, Councilor Harding?
Yeah, thank you, Warden. I'd just like to say again, thank you to the marketing levy ad hoc committee and its members for the work that they've put in, starting with engagement of operators and moving through a review process. And also thank you to the staff for bringing about the changes in this bylaw to try and improve it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other points, questions? Okay, seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. We are on page 49. We have an information report that is prepared by Monsieur Sean Amos and on dangerous and unsightly premises. Mr. Amos will be coming to the front. Yeah, will be coming to the front. If you have any questions on any of the properties.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
This will be my native way student, so.
Yes.
Question, how would you like me to leave it?
Let's just go through your report.
Oh, okay, so starting first. All right, so we have so far for 26-27, we have a large number of dangerous unsightly properties that have been reported to us. Kind of on a mark that we haven't had in the recent past. A number of them are listed as dangerous along with unsightly. Okay, start from the top. Initially, so our most recent report that I have is for. So I went to one in there, Tom. Recently, we recently visited as of June 9th, number of derelict vehicles, the initial 30-day notice has expired and it's going to a 30-day order with no communication noted at this time. Amosville Road in Amosville. This is an owner who I believe he feels like he wants to almost relinquish his property to see if the fire department wants to use this property for training purposes. We haven't had any follow-up from that since June. Having Springfield. Okay, so this property, there's been progress with this syndicated property. Spoken with the owner, recently, there have been some, family reasons as to why they've not been moving as quickly as possible, but there has been, some improvement and, valley waste has been involved now. So it's gonna good, moving that along.
Okay, Monsieur Amos?
Yes.
I'm gonna stop you right there for a second. Unless you have any specific questions, we're not gonna make him go through all of them. If you have specific questions, we're better off at doing that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking 5,000-foot level man.
Councilor Ackenbauer.
Yes. So on page 50, I guess it is, the second page, District 7, I just want the address on that, Granville Street, the one by the RC.
We don't do addresses.
Oh, okay.
Not,
Then thank you.
all right. As you saw, there are some that are from 2025, 2026 we're working on, and 2024, 2025. Councilor Welch.
Just a comment, I received a call yesterday from one of my constituents saying, just calling to thank the county for the work that's been done around dangerous and unsightly premises, not just in my district, but in other areas throughout the county. So
Thank you.
just know that residents are noticing.
Nice to know. Very nice. So kudos to your department. Very good. Deputy Warden and then, Councilor Longmire.
Thank you. So I only have, for the first time ever, one on the list. It's gonna be interesting because when Mr. Amos comes back and goes through his thing, because what I keep hearing from people is people don't really want to report because they're nervous about bringing it forward, and then there's been some miscommunication about certain things. So I'm looking forward to that presentation.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can come together as a group and think what the county can do to really get rid of that false sense of targeting on your back. Because we do have some serious issues within, I know my district, I have a few, but people are nervous about. Anyway,
Do you have a
so
question?
the one that's in District 3, 25, 26, I just want to use my soapbox one.
I can see that.
So on page 50, so there was a complaint in September 2025. And they said they're gonna come in August, September. Do we have a plan to follow up with them for that? Cause I believe I know what that property is.
So my understanding with this property is the owners do live out of country, they've made arrangements, they have secured rentals properties here for this period of time. And their goal is to address it completely.
Okay. Good, no, good, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, did I have anybody else? Yes, Councilor Longmire.
I don't really have a question, Gordon, but thank you. But I just want to say that. I'll start there. But as I read it through and saw the word some and good and huge changes made and good communication, that gives me hope that we're, doing some great stuff here. And, I have traveled many of these roads and have seen some of these cleanups, and it's impressive. So again, as Deputy Warden said, that presentation is hopefully going to prove to be helpful in others seeing the value in their community and for our county, because it takes all of us to, sometimes keep us each in check, right? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from Mr. Amos at this time on any of this? Seeing none? Look at that, you're off the hook.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Monsieur. Okay, we are on page 53, which is a request for decision that will be presented by Madame Anderson. Finance.
Thank you, William. This is for the 2024-25 financial statements. I just included some context. There was an internal entry that was made, the capital fund, that was the operating reserve, for about $3 million. It was due to the repayment of our short-term debt. Council did make a resolution to pay that off using the operating reserve, so that should have finished it there. It didn't need to be set up to fund. So there is no change to accumulated surplus, no change to any cash balances. That it was merely an accounting entry between two funds. So the only thing that really changed is the note 16 statements. It just increased the accumulated surplus of our capital fund, increased our investment in TCA, or intangible capital assets. And then it just reduced the balance of the operating reserve from 10 million to about 7. So that is just addressing those changes since audit committee. Otherwise, the statements are as presented.
Thank you, Madame. I need somebody to put the recommendation on the floor, Deputy Warden.
I move that council adopt the audited financial statements for the year ending March 31st, 2025, in accordance with recommendation of audit committee.
Thank you. Seconder. Councilor Oxner. Now we can ask questions if you have any. Deputy Warden, would you like to?
No question.
That's a
No, I just wanted to say that the audit committee met and we went through this and we had the opportunity to actually sit down, conversation with MP, whatever that stands for.
I know what it stands for now, if you wanna know.
Yes, I'm on the edge of my seat.
Thanks to Deputy CAO, it's Myers Norris Penny.
So MP.
It's easier.
Yeah, so, so every year, usually, when audit comes in, it goes to audit committee first and we review it. And we have the opportunity to meet with, the auditors. Unfortunately, this time, because the firm is, or the people that were working from the firm are in Sydney, they attended the meeting, via Zoom. So usually we have them in-house. But they really didn't bring up any big concerns. There are some, like when you look through the report, it talks about the risks. A lot of them are the same risks that we see every time. And the big one is around, we just saw again this past week that we had an issue with our current system. So the fact that we're looking into and moving away from some of the risks, and with the amount of work that the CAO and his team are doing to really tighten up policies, really helps with some of the risks that were identified by the And we also have, the opportunity to have private conversations with the auditors. And, although they're in camera, they were very positive, so, that's all I really wanted to say for that. And I'm hopeful that, we are starting to get really caught up on the audits. And, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that the next audit, we're actually gonna meet potentially the timeline and have it submitted in September or something like that. So, yeah, thank you to everyone involved, and I'm glad that we're on track, we're getting on track, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all those comments. Okay, anybody else? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying yes.
Yeah.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Okay, on page 53, you have 53.
That was one we just.
That's the one, and 96. No, wait a minute. Oh, yeah, 7.7. We don't have a number, that's what the problem is. Which is the request for decision that was prepared by CAO on the Annapolis Valley Regional Library funding. We just passed out. Does everybody have, did you find them? Yeah. Perfect. Okay, so, you wish to speak to it, or do you want me to? We talked about it.
Yeah, I guess I can speak briefly to it. Again, this recommendation is really based on the discussion that you had as committee of the whole last week. I won't go through all the arguments again, but basically, as presented, there's a number of options that you could do. You could provide the funding as requested. You could ask for a review of how that funding is allocated, which I believe there is issues with that and needs to be looked at. Or the recommendation that we put forth is basically to reaffirm that you are willing to provide the $130,000 that you're committed to by legislation, plus the one-year bridge funding at 16,991 as was agreed to by council back in.
Okay, I need a motion on the floor. Deputy Warden.
Thank you. I move that municipal council reaffirm to Annapolis Valley Regional Library a funding commitment for 2026, 2027 of $147,691, include the legislated $130,700 plus 1 year of bridge funding at $16,991.
Thank you. Seconder, Councillor Franton. Okay, now is where we questions or comments. Let's make a list. Deputy Warden, Councillor Longmire. Okay, now tell me if you're gonna ask a question or make a comment, because I wait for the question. Comment, I don't know.
No question. It's comment. So we all know that this is a complete heated topic. Like I said, because I'm not gonna go through my whole speech that I gave you, the whole. But I feel that we are in a rock and a hard place. That for the majority of the time that they've been dealing with the concerns over funding, the municipalities have gone unscathed until our own municipalities decided to kind of turn against that and take the focus away from really where it should be, which is the province, and then brought it back to municipalities that have gone above and beyond, reported above and beyond, and taking the heat away from the province, which I'm completely disappointed in. So whatever decision we make today is a lose-lose, in my mind, anyway. I know I've had very lengthy discussions with CAO and other people and other municipalities have reached out that, if we agree to what we're doing now, which is basically doing what we've already done, So the allotted money plus our 26% of what their ask is, assuming that the province would be good partners and in good faith actually do the right thing. But if we go with this one, so if we don't give funding, extra funding to make up for that other 71% that they're asking us to provide, we're the bad guys and not the province. If we gave that money, worked as the municipalities and gave them the full ask of 300 and some thousand, then we take the province off the hook. And the next thing you know, they're gonna say, oh, well, we did a lot of soul searching. And we believe that the funding model should be changed and looked at, but it's gonna be 50-50 or 60-40 or whatever on our shoulders. We're already seeing more and more things being fanned at our level with no additional funding. And we're the ones that have to keep a balanced budget. So it's one of those do as I say, not as I do type situation. So I am supportive of the motion that's put on the floor to basically stay firm on what we already done. Because it shows that we are good stewards of our people and the money we have, and that we do go above and beyond. It's time for the province to step up. Because at the end of the day, we're the ones that see the real money, the real taxpayer money. The further you go up the chain of government, the less the money is actual real. It's just on a document. So I just don't want it to look like one we're caving, which we're not. We are committing the extra funding because we recognize that there is a funding issue. So that we've already did 16,000 or almost 17,000. But I feel we're also not letting the province off the hook. Their responsibility. It's been something that's been all of our minds for months now. I'm really firm in saying this now. I know that after this meeting, some of us are gonna be called whatever, but at the end of the day, our position as municipal council is to do what is right to benefit our municipality, our taxpayers. And by doing what we're gonna do, if this gets approved, we are doing both. We're providing extra funding to the library that's requested, and we're also supporting what the people are saying they want their libraries. So I have no interest in really giving additional funding above what that, because in good faith, we should have more negotiation with the province. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Longmire, Councillor Agenbar, Councillor Cranton, Councillor Harding.
It's all right to the end.
Okay. So far, I'm there. Longmire, Agenbar, Cranton, and Harding. Okay, go.
Thank you, Morgan. So it's been 10 years in the making and very little information sharing. I wouldn't know how to go back in time and collect all of the information that has gotten us to this place. But I do know that when the budget came down from the provincial government, there were many slashes. And in those slashes come the ripple effects. And I talk about ripple effects because it's what you don't know exists in the line item. And so we do, and I'm not gonna reiterate everything that Deputy Warden has said. It was said perfectly. But I will reiterate, we are responsible for our tax-paying citizens, and we do have to be good stewards. I would want all of the information shared with us so that we can have a better understanding as to how we arrived at this place. And as far as the province dumping down on us once again, how much more can come our way that we will be able to service and continue the future plans and things that we need to do for our paying citizens. It shows up on us and we know it's gonna be a difficult day. People will hear it, that we're in favor of perhaps this motion and not allocating more money out. But without the books and without information sharing, I can't support handing off just money just here, there and everywhere.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Warden. Well, I'm not gonna reiterate as well, some of those points, but just to put it into perspective. I believe the 50% increase that they asked municipalities to contribute over and above, which in our case would have been, I believe, $65,000. Excuse me, unreasonable. And really just pushes the whole question a year down the road, because it only keeps the doors open for these closures for another year. Not even that, another 6 months, 7 months. And really takes the province off the hook as well, because they've been sitting on those things for a long, long time. So it just doesn't make any sense. I believe by agreeing to the additional $16,000, almost $17,000, that does fulfill our obligation to the municipalities of 26%. The province's responsibility is 71%, which they reneged on. So having said that, I would also be confirming or affirming the decision today, the recommendation will read. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Grant?
Thank you. I think it's important to reaffirm our funding commitment of the 47,691. More because the other colleagues have already touched on it. I don't think it paints us as a bad guy or anything like that. This is an increase, and it's our share of the increase. So won't comment on their budgeting or whatever. It's if the funding partners had stayed the same, this is what our share would work out to. So we've committed our share. So some people will pull out, some will put in more. We've committed our share. So the other part is the province's share. The provinces take it up with the province.
Yeah.
So I don't view this a hard decision. Like I view it as an easy decision. It's our work. It's our share. We're living up to our part of the deal, plain and simple. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Hardy?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm also supportive of reaffirming our commitment that we made originally. I just have a question. Under options for consideration 2C, this option should only be requested if council is willing to contribute additional funding as determined by our revised agreement. So the 2 is request a review of how funding is allocated. I am just wondering, should we not look at still requesting a review, and why would we not do that unless we are willing to contribute additional funding?
Through you, Warden, to the councillor. So that was really that if you were willing to provide additional funds, I wouldn't have recommended doing anything unless there was a review of how those funds are shared. So as I say in the report, I looked at all kinds of different funding models, because we're only required by legislation to do that 26%, which is only our $130,000, right? But it's a good point. I mean, there needs to be a review of funding, which it's, whether that's at, we know that's at the provincial level, there needs to be a review of funding. We know that if there's additional funding from municipalities, there needs to be an agreement. This is the more I looked at this, the more I read the act, that it's really messy because the act, was old, needs to be updated. It was based on very strict formula. The municipalities, it's not like an IMSA, we just follow the act, and all the act says is we provide 26%. Doesn't talk about what that number looks like apart from the provincial number, right? So, but there's no agreement among the municipalities as members of ADRL that say, if we provide additional funding, everybody puts in an equal share based on anything. So even the ask of the additional $50,000 over and above what we had committed, it's just based on the population, which is how the province does it. But there's nothing to say, and I did have this discussion with Julia, maybe earlier, there's nothing to say that we shouldn't be sharing it differently. So to your point, we should be asking, at least in future now, I guess what I would say is that there's a lot of discussion that's happening. You know, with the province, and if the province is gonna look at doing anything differently, then how the municipal shares come into that have to be considered as well.
So it is something that we're considering requesting some sort of.
We certainly could, I mean, and that might just be through your rep.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Great question. Councillor Hare, Councillor Connell, then Councillor Hare.
I agree with the recommendation at this point, because we have committed. I just want like for the public to know what we commit to the library board isn't what it costs to have a library. We have never added on the cost of the building that the municipality covers, the cost of the cleaning of that building. All the responsibility of the taxpayers that are added on to this 170-some thousand is beyond, and we haven't got a number for that. And I'm sure it's more than that. Because the report we got from the private library in Canada, their biggest hurdle is keeping their building up, maintenance. And like I say, it comes down to cleaning. So the taxpayers are paying for all of this. We pay for 100% of all capital, all repairs, all maintenance of the Bridgetown Library. Lawrencetown has always paid 100% of all of that Lawrencetown Library. So, in truth, to have a library in our county is far more costable than what we're showing right here when we get this library. So the public's gonna realize that too.
Correct. Thank you. Councillor Hare?
As long as all of the information is up to date in my head, with Lawrencetown going off on their own, it says your updated funding, updated request amount 48,359. Is that even taken into account when they come up with that number that Lawrencetown is going? Because to me, it seems like we just went from 2 to 1. We just looked after bill. Maybe not quite as much, because I know we support Middleton, but still, that is maybe a huge amount.
So through you, Warden, I mean, this is a question that we need to be very clear. We're not paying for one library, we're not paying for two libraries, we're paying for the Annapolis Valley Regional Library system. So again, to Councillor Connell's point, if we have libraries, then we have to pay for the facilities, you know, and again, we have a village that pays for their own. So I did ask this question, and you know, they will, but even if they were to receive the full $350,000 from municipalities, I believe there's still a $50,000 budget shortfall that the plan was to take from reserves. Now, there's already been some money taken from reserves. So, and the number for the Lawrencetown Library, it was about $50,000. So I suspect if, you know, that 350 would basically get them even for the year. But I did ask Julie about too, is that, you know, are you gonna look at your numbers again to see where they are? But each municipality, their decisions are starting to trickle in here, so even that will make, they'll need to look at budgets again.
Back to the board.
Yeah.
Right. I just see that, no, I'm not gonna just stir the pot into money. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Am I done? I'm done so far. Okay, so
Just, I'd like to
Councilperson
thank-
Sullivan will finish it off.
I'd just like to thank, on behalf of the board, the council for the contribution over and above. It will make a difference. We haven't had a meeting since July 13th. We're just kind of waiting for a few more things to come in. As far as I know, there's still conversations with the province, so fingers crossed, something will come out of that. But, we do have some work ahead of us to do. We really do, to figure this out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Okay, so the motion that we don't have to read it again, you see in front of you. All in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Opposed, no. Motion passed. Okay, that's that. On page 96 to 103, you have council motion tracking list, which helps you to see which motions are completed and which are you're still be working on. Okay. And we need to go to the next thing. These are not- Okay, we are going to ask Councillor Connell if we move on, because we have two different things to do. Councillor comment and dangerous and unsightly presentation, so I don't think we'll get her done by 12:30.
I don't think we believe.
Okay, so it's all in favor of taking the lunchtime now? Anybody opposed to that?
No.
Okay, we'll take
How
lunch,
long do you think it'll take?
lunchtime?
No, to get through.
Well, we have councillor comments, let's start with that,
we have.
and then we have a presentation. Then we'll have questions, so it'll be a good hour plus. Okay, so we'll take a break, and we'll see you back here with time. 1:30 to be sure.
Yeah,
1:15?
one.
You won't make it, trust me. It's a hard time to get out to go to lunch, so let's try 1:30 for sure. Thank you. welcome to the second part of the council meeting for the municipality of the county of Annapolis. Our council meetings, our council comments, what's going on here? Okay, we'll start with District 1. And remember, you're on your own, so lead up to the next person.
Greetings from District 1. Just a reminder to check the burn map before you burn, as it is extremely dry out there. Please keep an eye out for farm machinery on the road, as it is their busy season. Get out and support your local farmers markets. Check out the community guide for all the local summer events. The big one coming up is the Annapolis Valley Exhibition. Great fun for all ages. Just like to comment, we had a great turnout for Canada Day at the Mountsburg Community Hall. Big thank you to the Kingston Fire Department for supplying the water for the many years. I don't even know how many years they've come with their tankers, so pretty amazing. Kids had a blast. District 2.
District 2. I'm gonna dedicate my council's comments to, although not my district, the exhibition as well coming up here in August. But instead, I will encourage the constituents of District 2 to get involved with the exhibition. It really is a wonderful showcase of what the Annapolis Valley is in all aspects. So there's almost anybody can enter in it. There's arts and crafts, I believe, still paintings and drawings. If you have a garden, I know they could really use exhibitors for their vegetables. You'll see me competing at the ATV competition, as I have been for the past 3 years. So you'll see me there. I think it's Wednesday night, last thing Wednesday night. So cheer me on. And perhaps I'll enter in a few more things. If they're doing a farmers competition again this year, I'll have to enter in as well. So I highly encourage those of District 2 get involved, see what it's all about. District 3.
Perfect. The comments are gonna come to you too. So first, I just want to do just a special shout out to our recreation department for the Canada Day celebration at Jubilee Park. Again, for once in a bit, we had no rain. So, but at the same time, we need rain. They've put on a lot of events and put something together that's phenomenal. I know that my family was there, and it's just nice to see our recreation department out doing the program. To move on from that to upcoming events, there's a few things I wanted to mention about happening in my district and areas around us. Every Wednesday, I just want to send a reminder that the Bridgetown Walk is a group of individuals that walk every Wednesday at 10 a.m. Around town. It's to support physical health. And they meet at 10 a.m. every Wednesday at the library in Bridgetown. As well as at the Bridgetown Legion, every Thursday morning at 10 a.m. there is a Veterans Coffee morning. I wanted to express that this is just not for Canadian Forces veterans. They've opened up to active and retired RCMP, first responders, firefighters, anyone that works in that type of serving back industry. Because really that's the time they talk about it, and it's really focused on mental health and, people that have gone through similar challenges. You can sit down and have that conversation and just enjoy coffee and whatever sweets they have available. Also, the last thing is, remember, through our county and especially in District 3, there are many, many markets that our local vendors are going to. I know that every Sunday we have a market at the Clarence Hall from 10 until 2, where we have local vendors from across the county, as far away as West Dalhousie and beyond, come out and sell their local product. And that happens every Sunday 10 to 2 until about September, October. That's all I have. District 4.
Thank you, District 2.
news and weather. Thank you, District 3. Greetings from District 4. Thanks all. First off, I want to say thank you to all local firefighters and DNR representatives and other agency volunteers who responded quickly to some of the recent fires that we had within the last week or so. I'm sure I wasn't the only one that was a little nervous. Anytime we heard that, it seemed like on one day in particular, there was a number of updates and stuff coming on. So, like my colleague, I'll remind people to exercise caution during this dry weather. Check the burn map. And even when the burn map is good, still be mindful of the specific considerations and conditions around where you are. Two of the events I'd like to highlight from the last month, because they're two big ones for my district. One was the Strawberry Supper at the Tupperville Community Hall. That is their big event. It's a small little hall, and I would say during the time that I was there, probably saw close to 100 meals served, and there were still line up outside, and that's not counting the people that came out and take it. So that's a long-standing tradition. I think it started 7 years ago on somebody's front lawn across from the hall. So the other was the Canada Day event. I attended some of the other ones. I attended in Bridgetown and Naps Royal, but I'll speak specifically to the Granville Ferry Community Hall. This was at 6 o'clock, had a barbecue, and they had well over 100 people show up and show their support for that. So two big examples of communities coming together and celebrating each other. And so as my colleague said, check out your local markets and some of the programs going on. Upcoming events, the Tupperville School Museum this year is celebrating 100 years of learning and 50 of those years as a museum. So they've had a host of weekly events, but their big event is this Saturday. It's the Ice Cream Social from 1 to 4 o'clock. It's homemade ice cream, so they're kind of big on that. In Round Hill, also on July 25th, is Christmas in July craft sale at the Round Hill Community Hall from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Just a reminder that summer softball is ongoing at Bishop Park every Monday evening. You can check out their Facebook for different age groups and times. So they've got 3 or 4 different leagues on the go there. And over to Moshel, every Thursday night at the Moshel Community Hall is card night from 7 to 9 p.m. And they have a bingo night, July 22nd from 7 to 9 p.m. And they have a pancake breakfast this Saturday, which is also July 25th. So July, this Saturday shaping up to be a busy day in my district from 8 to 10 a.m. And the Granville Ferry Community Hall they still maintain a calendar full of weekly events with exercise classes and jam sessions, and they are preparing for their 100-year anniversary this September with the date to be determined. And just as some of my colleagues already mentioned, just encourage everybody to check out the Annapolis Valley exhibition in August. As already stated, it's the entire county and really just the entire valley. So thank you, and on to District 5.
Thank you. So, summer's well underway. I'm going to try and brief this. I encourage everyone to stop by the local farm stands this summer and support local growers and producers. Mackenzie Mountain, located on Shore Road West, is an example of that, Bayside Farms. And then the Teacup is also a new addition to the Granville Road. And they're open Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 7, with local arts and crafts and lots of food and preserves. And that's located 4296 Granville Beach Road. At Fort Wade Hall, they continue with their Monday night jam sessions at 7 p.m. The Lower Granville Hall has an up and coming community market in August the 22nd. and they're looking for additional vendors, so you can always reach out. Young's Cove, Fundy Community Hall, 6:30 tonight is emergency preparedness session with Brian Ward. A great opportunity to come out and learn some new things to consider when making preparation, and of course refreshments will be served. Saturday, July 25th, 2 to 4, a children's craft day, making their own freezer jam and decorating a jar, $5 per child. Please just reach out. The hall's popular evening is Friday night with the jam session as well. And then on Parker Mountain Road, a Bay Shore story. So I'd like to congratulate Rodney McGarvey, a lifelong resident of Parker's Cove, on opening up a small museum located at 1010 Parker Mountain Road. He's brought together a lifetime collection celebrating the rich seafaring and shipbuilding history of Parker's Cove, including relics, ship models, shipbuilding tools, photographs, and so much more. The museum also honors the legacy of his father, Donald McGarvey, who lived as well in Parker's Cove, and the generations who helped shape the coastal community. Museum is open most afternoons, generally from 1 till 2. I encourage you to stop by. As we continue to face our summer months and a bit of a dry session, please use mindfulness when considering burn and check Burn Safe Nova Scotia. Thank you.
Sit on.
Oh,
8.
District 6.
Just trying
I
to
was
speed
just
it up.
celebrating my timeline.
I can't wait.
See what happens.
I don't know if I'll pull it off at the end of mine. Before we adjourn for our August break, I'd like to take a few minutes to recognize some of the wonderful things that have happened across District 6 and across Annapolis County. First, congratulations to the members of the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 122 in Clementsport, who celebrated the branch's 100th year anniversary on Friday, July 17th. Reaching a century of service is an incredible milestone. The ceremony included a moving 2-minute silence of honor for those who have served, and I'd like to congratulate everyone who helped organize such a meaningful celebration. This past weekend, Bunchberry in Upper Clemens also celebrated 31 years in business. I'd like to extend my congratulations to Jill and everyone at Bunchberry on this remarkable milestone. For more than 3 decades, Bunchberry has grown into one of our region's premier garden destinations, attracting visitors from across Nova Scotia while contributing to our local economy and community. Congratulations, and here's to many more years of success. Bear River also celebrated its 133rd Cherry Carnival, one of our community's longest standing traditions and likely one of the longest running community festivals in Nova Scotia. Thank you to the Bear River Volunteer Fire Department and the many volunteers, businesses, and community organizations that whose hard work made another successful carnival possible. I'd also like to recognize everyone involved in Carp's Riverfest in Bridgetown, which took place a couple of weekends ago. One of the things that this is my first time ever going, so I was blown away by it. So one of the things that made Riverfest so special was a strong educational component. Visitors have the opportunity to meet with representatives from a wide range of environmental, conservation, recreation, and community organizations who share their knowledge and passion for the Annapolis River and our natural environment. Thank you to CARP and all of the participating organizations and the many volunteers who made another outstanding event possible. Looking ahead, the Upper Clemens Summer Arts Fest will take place on July 25th and 26th in the Upper Clemens Community Hall. This is an exciting new event to showcase local artists, feature a youth exhibition, and to celebrate the incredible creative talent we have in our region. If you're attending, I would also encourage you to take some time to explore the beautiful Upper Clemens Trail System, one of the many hidden gems in Annapolis County. The Bear River Night Market also continues throughout the summer and has become a wonderful showcase for our local farmers, artisans, musicians, and small businesses. I'd like to encourage residents to support many of our farmers. I'm just repeating some others, so I'm just going to do that. I'd like to encourage residents to support the many farmers markets throughout the county. These markets are an important part of our economy. helping connect producers directly to our communities, and many of them are made possible through the dedication of volunteers. Before we return in September, I'd like to encourage residents to participate in the municipality's new Community Conversations initiative. These informal gatherings will provide an opportunity to sit down with members of council and municipal staff, ask questions, share ideas, and help shape the future of our communities. I think it's a terrific initiative, and I encourage everyone to attend when a session comes to your area. I'll be hosting the District 6 Community Conversation in September 16th. We're just finalizing the location and we'll be sharing those details in the coming weeks. I hope residents will mark the date and join me for an informal conversation about our community, local priorities, and the issues that matter. Although council isn't meeting during August, please know that I remain available to residents throughout the summer if I can be of any assistance. I wish everyone a safe and enjoyable remainder of the summer. Thank you. District 7.
Thank you, District 6. Well, greetings from District 7. I certainly hope everybody is getting out and enjoying the fine summer weather, attending all the special events that are taking place throughout the county. We were blessed with good weather at two of the major events held at the Bridgetown Jubilee Park. First being Canada Day celebrations, which was well attended, and always a great venue leading up to, including all the music and everything, and leading up to the fireworks. So fantastic fireworks later on. And again on June the 11th at the Carp River Fest. These two events brought thousands of locals and visitors to participate in the many events, not the least of which was the annual Dragon Boat Race of the river, on the river. This has become an exciting, fiercely contested, but friendly competition. With over 100 paddlers vying for the win and yearly bragging rights. I even understand that there were some imported athletes from Newfoundland that attended this year.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there.
So it's always a fun time, and as but most importantly, as Councillor Welch had said, there's much more than just that. There's music, there's food, all kinds of food vendors, but particularly in light of the reason for having this the Carp River Fest, which, by the way, that stands for the Clean Annapolis River Project, which is an association that's been going on for many years. But also the kiosks that are there and set up for all the educational nature, environmental groupings and processes that are there. So it's always a great event, and I noticed that some of our my council colleagues were there in attendance as well, and I thought that was great because now more you folks can see really. Not only the event itself, but just the reinforces the value of the park. And having said that, I also want to take this moment to thank the municipality of the county of Annapolis for supporting that park. It's a sort of a central hub in our whole county, and it's there for everybody to come and enjoy, and it's becoming more of a venue for a lot of different things. So I'd like to also make a couple of announcements for some coming up events. So on July the 24th, from 2 to 4 p.m., there will be a special birthday celebration, if you will, for a long time Bridgetown resident, Joan Wheeler. Now, Joan, many of you know Joan, is quite a character. Been around for 9 years, 9 years young, and so. It's going to be at the Eden Golf Club, Eden Golf Country Golf Club on July the 24th from 2 to 4 p.m. And everybody's certainly encouraged and welcome to come along and wish Joan well. August the 7th to 9th is the second annual Final Whistle Soccer Tournament at the Bridgetown Sports Hub. This event has grown to include over 300 athletes with teams all the way from Kentville through to Digby and some South Shore areas as well. So besides the competition, this event is a significant economic booster to the area, supporting local businesses and once again highlighting the value of our world-class sports hub. So I'd like to thank the Bridgetown Youth Soccer Group and all the volunteers and sponsors that put this event on. It was a great event last year and looks like it's gonna be as well again this year. And Centerley Community Hall is hosting Bluesberry Festival. This is a new fundraising event. It's gonna be on August the 8th from 3 to 10 p.m. Unfortunately, I'll be out of town, I'm not able to attend, but we'd like to encourage everybody to come on out. There's gonna be great music. It's a family-friendly event featuring lots of youth activities. I think Kyle is gonna have some of the equipment there from the county for the children in the afternoon. There's also a blueberry dessert baking contest. So for all of you bakers out there, come on down and do your pies and muffins or whatever and win a prize. There's gonna be food vendors there as well. I believe Miss House is gonna be there, one of your favorite food vendors, Councilor Harding, and barbecue. So the live music is featuring 6 different bands, and it's gonna start at 3 and run on through till 10 p.m. That night. So if you're available, come on up and support the fundraiser and enjoy some of the great food and music that can take place there. One final mention is the West Ahousie Annual Show and Shine, which is Saturday, July the 25th. Lots of antique and classic cars that are there, and trucks, of course. And it's a great show. I believe they have some live music there as well. And if you've ever gone to the West Ahousie Community Hall, there's always food. So, come on out and enjoy that event and that venue as well. Thank you. And I'll pass the baton over to District 8.
Thank you very much. So greetings from District 8. Hope everyone's enjoying the summer so far. Looking for a little bit more rain in the coming days. I'd like to just start off by saying thank you to all the firefighters and DNR members that were working on the fire in Greywood that we had last week. It's scary when it's close to home and with everything we had happen last year. I did hear from some residents who live in that area. I live close to that area as well. So I just wanted to say, we're truly lucky to have so many dedicated volunteers in the community that go out there, put their lives on hold, get out and fight the fires and get them under control, so that we can all rest easy. So thank you to them. I've been pretty busy with committee work and dealing with residents on a few different issues, and at the same time trying to spend some quality time with my family. And I just wanted to make a note that I'm really pleased to live in this county where we've got so many facilities that we can use with kids and families, whether it be swimming or playing sports or hiking, going on walks. There's lots of good options across this county, things to do with your family or by yourself. And I just encourage everyone to get out and get some fresh air if they're able to. I attended the Canada Day barbecue at Milford Hall in Milford on July 1st, and I've gone and done that the last couple of years, and the hall there puts on just a really great event for a smaller hall. They've got a really good board, and they put on a free barbecue, a free cake, free sundae station for the kids. Make your own sundae, and a giant strawberry shortcake Canada Day cake with a giant maple leaf made of strawberries on it. It was spectacular. And they have all the Canada Day swag and stuff, and they give it all away. And the kids just have a great time. So thank you to them for putting that on. I love going out there and spending the day with those guys and singing "O Canada," and it was really, really nice. So thanks to everyone at Milford Hall for that. I also attended the Riverfest at the Jubilee Park, Carts Riverfest on the 11th with my family, and the same as the other councillors have said, the educational bit was really cool. Walking along through the tents, they had, big sea turtles to look at. There was a table there that had insects, and my kids love bugs, so they stood at that insect table for at least a good 10 minutes. I had to drag them away from that. They were getting explained every single bug that was on the pin board that was there.
Good for them.
And, it was great, you know, really good educational piece and watching the dragon boat races. Just a really great day. So big shout out to the volunteers and to CART and to all the volunteers that they had there putting that on. It's just a great event. One of the many great events we've got in the county. And I also went out to the Beach Bash at Raven Haven. That was on July 8th. And that was an event put on by the county. And they had all the paddle boards and kayaks that they loan out for people to take out onto the water. The beach was beautiful. They had a free barbecue for the kids. So if you guys sense a theme, I take my kids to all the free barbecues. They love hot dogs, so that's good. And they had the canteen open, and I can vouch that the scoops of ice cream are massive. So we got ice cream, we got hot dogs. It was a great day, and I just wanted to say thanks to all the staff that were there. They had all the games out, they had all the equipment out. The site looked great. There was a ton of people there. There was a ton of kids there. So a big thanks to the staff, to the recreation staff, and all the county staff for putting that on. It's just, they're all such great ambassadors for the county. It's just really nice to see. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend the Cherry Carnival this year. Councillor Welch already touched on it, but it was the 133rd Cherry Carnival. I was really disappointed to miss it. I was out of town, fortunately, but I did just want to give a shout out to the volunteers and organizers that made that event happen each and every year. It's a huge day for the community, and it's always just really well attended and just a great time. And I was really disappointed to miss the Grease Bowl because I love watching that. Never got the courage to do it, but I love watching it. And other than that, I'm just looking forward to the Natal Day events coming up in Annapolis Royal. I'm always going to be out and about there. And I've got here, you'll probably find me around one of the food trucks or the barbecues. That's where I'll be. So, all the best for the rest of the summer. Have fun and be safe. Thanks very much. District 9.
Thank you. Greetings from District 9. Summer is in full swing in our county. I encourage everyone to check our calendar. There's so much going on with entertainment events, community events. Our recreation department is doing probably the best job ever this year with their pop-up camps. We've got a barbecue at the playground this Thursday at 2 p.m. Next week, sorry, Councilor Connell, there's a paddle picnic in Lake Pleasant, and I hope people attend that. That kind of got me into kayaking. I went on a county activity, paddling down the Annapolis River, which led me to purchasing a kayak. So it's great fun.
So that's why you're in the Dragon Boat race.
That's why I was better this year.
I don't know about that. Everybody was great.
And I do have to say, because nobody else has mentioned it in their comments about Riverfest, we were fifth out of 12 teams in the Dragon Boat race. And we received the Team Spirit Award, which unfortunately is not sitting on the warden's desk this week.
Somebody go get it.
But these events that our rec department are involved in and encourage us to participate in are just so good for community spirit and for all of us. It gets us out there with people too. And so I encourage all of our counselors to attend as well as the citizens in our county. Thank you.
That's on.
District 10.
Greetings from District 10. As my previous counselor said, there is a event at Lake Pleasant boat new launch. I believe it's 28th. Tuesday.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll have a good amount of people come out and enjoy the day with us, barbecue and stuff, I believe. Shannon River Park has been very active this summer. Every time I go to Springfield, there's always somebody there kayaking and using that little park. The biggest thing I see on Trunk 10 is the traffic. Traffic has been enormous on Trunk 10. A lot of campers when it comes to about Thursday till over the weekend and back on Monday. A lot of traffic going out that way, so we'll watch the speeds and the big traffic. How much one of those big Winnebagos would cost with a brand new four-door Jeep in the rear hook to it. When you meet 12 of them, you wonder where they're coming from. So it's been pretty busy. Car shows. I was going to mention the one this Saturday at the West Housing Hall. There's car shows pretty well every weekend all across our valley. Big one was in the Yarmouth last weekend, and there was how many cars was there? But there's usually around 2,000 cars there or something. It's enormous. I went to an open house in Ingesville on a pit that's going to open in the Ingesville area, and I thought it was well presented. I think Dalton answered lots of questions to the people that came out. And, I think overall was well achieved at what they wanted, information they wanted to vote stuff. So looking forward to that. The exhibition, I can't leave out the exhibition. It's in my area. Everyone go and support the Lawrencetown Fire Hall Canteen. It's a big fundraiser for them. And it's a well-known fish and chip area for the exhibition. 4-H day. Hopefully people go out and support their local 4-H. And while you're there through the week, go through their barns because it's always interesting and fun to watch little kids with big animals. Sometimes they can handle them, sometimes they can't. But it's all,
Monday is free admission this year.
and Monday it's free admission, so.
Yeah.
So it's nice to support the 4-H. The Farmers Museum is open through the weekend at the exhibition grounds, but that's another highlight that go through the museum and see the artifacts and the history that's in there is phenomenal. And just to support the exhibition as a whole, because there's only so many exhibitions across Nova Scotia, and it is costly sometimes. Everything's raising, but we still need these type of events in the county. And lastly, Lawrencetown, pretty well the Lawrencetown area is really concentrating and working on how they're going to open their library independently and to a meeting last night, just an overview of how they were going to start, succeed. There's enthusiasm through the community. They have lots of volunteers. A report this morning that they had a lot of volunteers sign up last night to help out for different categories. They've already had a truckload of books donated to them from a lady that's moving to BC, and she had her own library in her house from books to kids' books. But they went up to get them and it filled the complete truck. They had a gentleman from his father's moving in with him, so his father had a military museum collection. And he wanted to donate that to the Lawrencetown Museum, or the library. So they said, sure, what size vehicle do we need to bring? And they said, no, we will deliver. So they don't know what's coming. So it could be a truckload, it could be a big truckload. And also they've had few small contributions, and they're holding off to put out to the public that they can drop off books because they've got a catalog what they've got so far. And that was one of the things told to them is don't advertise too early for books because you're gonna get it. So anyway, that's everything from around District 10, and be safe this summer, so thank you, District 11.
Thank you. So, as you have heard from everyone around the table here, everybody seems to be having and enjoying the summer so far, different activities. So I wish you all a fun-filled month of August as well. I'm sure everybody can find a place to go or somewhere to eat or both. All right. There are a lot of exciting events, activities, car shows, markets, and the Lawrencetown exhibition that is coming up in our county. So look and you shall find. I participated at the Canada Day celebration at the Jubilee Park this year as well. And there was a lot of people there enjoying the day with lots of activities and music and fun to be had by all. The second event at the Jubilee Park was this month was the Riverfest, where a team from the county participated in the Dragon Boat Race, where they placed fifth. So I did that. So bravo, bravo to you. Now, I cheered you on very loudly. So I would like to thank you to the staff for organizing such great events for our county, for people to see and have fun. Also at Canada Day, there was a cake and cupcakes, I forgot to mention, that were served by Councillor Aguilar and Deputy Warden Henslow and myself to everybody that was there. And the children just loved it. Well, the adults too, but you know, it's always fun to see the children. I'd like to remind everybody that the next community conversation will be held at the Three Rivers Community Center, that's in my district, on Wednesday, September the 9th at 6 o'clock. So we wish for everybody to come out and talk to us and see what they're thinking. And a few words is, let's stay safe and think before you burn and enjoy the rest of the summer. Thank you. So we'll move on now to our staff presentation of dangerous and unsightly premises. What, 2 people coming up? Oh, great, he's coming up by himself.
Okay, thanks again, and now it's good afternoon.
Yeah. While they're doing that, I have to say you guys did very well this morning. Just a few little stuff, but not too many about passing it over. You did well. You did well. Congratulations.
Okay, good afternoon again. Dangerous and unsightly premises. You know, I still wanted to say the term, it's a flavor of the month, but it's been a hot topic for us the last couple of months. And I'm here just to present what we're doing. Very beginning of this, I'm just gonna describe the rules of the off the hopper. CAO ensures the consistent implementation, monitors legal compliance, and oversees the overall operation effectiveness. I think we're working on a standard operating procedure for this. It's coming down the road. By law enforcement officers, BEO, our primary officer is Officer Lewis, who's seated here with us, and she will conduct site inspections, collects objective evidence, and for us, that's visuals, that's photographs is our form of evidence. We'll be issuing the notices to the residents. She will also do the collaboration along with the residents to ensure their compliance to get it moving. And then the administrators, myself, I've been designated by the CAO and approved by you all. And I will be managing the files, tracking timelines, and reviewing extensions if they're involved. And in the end, if it has to come to a formal order, that comes from. So the 2 properties we're separating dangerous and unsightly. Just for the danger aspect of it. Dangerous properties are triggered by physical threats, safety, structural collapses, or what appears to be collapsing, open wells, fire hazards on the property or hazardous materials. This also would include open foundations, houses that have been demolished. In this case, we will accept anonymous reporting for the dangerous aspect of it. We take these a little more serious than unsightly. Don't get me wrong, it's all serious, but these are pushed to the floor. And our priority to be unsightly, these are the community standards. These are triggered by aesthetic degradation, that's from the junk, rubbish, refuse, scrap wood, accessory long grass. Its appearances, more along the lines of a community standard. What doesn't fit to the picture of all the other houses that look a little more kept up? Any photos you see here are none of ours. These have been obtained from the internet. So our dangerous, any property posing immediate threat is going to be taken the most serious. Doesn't be severe potential injuries, we're taking them serious, and again, we're going to allow anonymous tips or staff referrals for these. In the case, and generally, everybody wants to be anonymous. Quite often, they wish to be anonymous. In these cases, the officer investigating the property is going to be the primary complainant for continued investigation if there's no named complainant. The unsightly side is a little bit different. Again, it's the same reports of properties that are detrimental to the neighborhood appearance. Again, but they're not posing a physical safety danger. Anonymous reports are not optioned. We require named complainants. A lot of ask for through the MGA allows for signed statements. We're not doing signed information statements. We're taking names of the community members who are making their complaint. And one thing, we just don't want to open it up to be, the MGA says ratepayers. And that could mean that somebody from the far east side can make a complaint against the house on the far west side. We don't want that to happen. In the administrative rule here, the rule ensures civic accountability, protects municipal resource allocation, and prevents the abuse of bylaw or localized personal disputes. So again, strong neighbor dispute is different than having a family member over saying, oh, that address is really ugly next to you, and then they make the complaint from outside. This is where you come into play. When approached by your constituents regarding unsightly premises, you serve as vital guides to help residents access the correct municipal channels. So we would like you to direct them to contact us directly. As soon as they want, guarantee that file will be opened with first-hand resident evidence information. Designed to protect the counselor as well. Your neutral standing in the community, it should insulate you, it keeps you officials from localized neighborhood disputes, and ensure a fair, transparent process for all residents. Again, when we say evidence, it's going to be photographs. Officers will capture comprehensive photographs taken from the public right of way, alongside highly detailed images that explicitly isolate and identify each specific property violation within the municipal enforcement database. Officers' notes must remain entirely factual, chronological, and free of bias. You must quantify the exact volume, specific types, and site locations of offending materials. Just making the officers are putting the package together. Guaranteed legal notices are validly served. The BDO must confirm the actual property owner using municipal property databases before any warning is issued. So I've also, from the time that this was put into the package, I've made a couple of small changes to this package as well. And there was a sentence on the bottom of the last part that's been removed. For unsightly files, violations must be clearly visible from a public road or conveyance in adjacent property. The initial package indicated that there was trespassing issues, and that's not on the officers, that's on people making the complaints. So if they come to us and say, this property has 18 cars way up in the field behind it, and we can't see it from a public roadway or access, then they trespassed to obtain that information. We won't action that. Enforcement timelines, so first we're gonna verify that this has happened, the initial field inspection verifies the violations happened, maps, borders, we log the evidence into our computer database. Formal notice of intent detailing the work that is required, so it's identifying what's out of place and what would need to happen to have it, to come off the unsightly list. Again, there's another portion here where I removed, one of the paragraphs. So final inspection, mandatory video follow-up, non-compliant files moved to a formal order.
Is the appeal for the 30?
Yeah, 14 day appeal.
Sorry.
Is the appeal?
Right, yeah, so I indicated, the appeal was there in two spots, it didn't need to be in that section. It's noted elsewhere in the presentation. So we want to work with everyone to get their houses back up to par. We do extensions, we offer extensions, we kind of do them on a 30-day basis, but as long as there is continued work happening, continued good faith on their part to keep going forward with their changes, we grant, I don't say it's unlimited, but as long as there's good substantial changes happening, we will. So again, the designated administrator holds sole discretion to grant a progress-based extension to encourage the voluntary compliance over legal force. Spoken about the good faith aspect of it, and again, system tracking, we have a new database that we're using for all of our report writing and our report taking. And at any time, if it just seems to halt or appears that there's more appearing, then any sort of extension is gonna be revoked. And part 2, order and cost recovery. So if the 30-day notice of intent goes unheeded, the administrator issues a formal binding order to remedy, to clean or demolish the happen. The 7-day appeal window under section 346 of the MGA, the owner has 7 days to file a written appeal to council. Appeal stays, pauses any cleanup except an emergency, unless it becomes dangerous, and then we'll continue straight ahead. Deadline slaps without compliance or appeal. Hired contractors are legally authorized to enter land and execute the work. Any costs that are incurred after all cleanup administrative costs are charged to the owner. Unpaid balances are transferred directly to the property tax rolls as a priority first. So, going forward from this point, we're gonna be making we're looking into the previous policy. And we're looking at making some policy changes along with previous standard operating procedure that we're working to put into place. The one is the local proximity, the community standard, and again, we've used the term Middleton residents can't complain about our property. And the rules ensure civic accountability, protects municipal resource allocation, and prevents the abuse of public bylaws for localized personal disputes. So it's not having bylaws, it's running around because of even vexatious complaints or neighbor disputes, more than just the unsightly and the problem.
There you go. Here we go with questions. Comments. You didn't know which one to do. I need a piece of paper. Oh, here we go. Councilor Hagenberg. Question, comment?
Thank you. Well, it's a subject that's been near and dear to my heart, it's been there for a long, long time. And it's a difficult one because of rules regarding the MGA and so forth, and I've had conversations with you, so I understand that as well. And as Deputy Warden Henslow iterated this morning, one of the biggest issues, of course, is fear of retribution by coming forward, and we've had that discussion as well. So I fully understand that. So where I wanna go with this questioning is, so if you look at your dual tracking intake classification that we presented initially on the first slide, one of the first slides. And the fact that, you're accepting anonymous or third-party reports in respect to dangerous pharmacies. So that gives me pause to reflect on a couple of things. There could be a fine line between what might be considered dangerous versus unsightly. And in some cases, that line probably gets blurred and crossed. And so I guess my first question is, who adjudicates that? So, and that also in respect to that, at what point? So if somebody wants to, claim anonymously, at what point does the adjudication process actually start, if there's some gray area? So who decides what it is and
Initially,
how does it get kicked out?
I guess right off the top would be the report, whoever's assigned the occurrence or assigned the initial investigation. They'll attend the scene, make their observations of if it's dangerous or not, if it's unsightly. And if it's dangerous, it's gonna be action, right? We haven't been, anything comes in straight off the top as unsightly and anonymous, where we've not been actioning that whatsoever. If it comes through and comes through and it's indicating that it's cold, which quite a few are, we're gonna have to action that anyways. But complainants are required for down the road. Like when I say down the road, I'm like if there's any sort of legal aspect to it. You know, potentially you would have to identify that person. There's a long list before they would actually be fully identified, and that's even through FOIPOP. They will release the names of the complainant at the end. The last ditch effort is gonna be identifying who the complainant is. The last ditch stage, I guess.
So we really know anonymity.
There could not be, that's correct. That is, it is possible that down the line, if it goes beyond here, it goes beyond the investigative route, and somebody wants to know who complained against them, there's this process to go through now.
So I just wanna make sure I understand. So an individual could come forward and be considered anonymous to trigger an investigation.
So, I mean, it sounds like it's a bit of an roundabout. If they're gonna contact us regarding something that is just unsightly, and they're which remain anonymous, we're not action.
So, but that individual might consider it, you know, I hate to play plain devil.
Yes.
But that's-
I understand where you're going.
So I'd just like to add, so dangerous is not determined by a resident or a counselor, that's determined by our bylaw enforcement officers. So if you look at a building and you say, I think that's dangerous, so I'm gonna, or get somebody to put that complaint forth as anonymous, it's not your call. It's not your call, it's not a resident's call, it's our bylaw enforcement officers. So, and I would venture to guess that if it's been identified in the community, our bylaw enforcement officers know about it.
Okay, next. Okay, so Councillor Welch, and then Councillor Hare, and Councillor Longmire. And, yes, Councillor Connell. And we'll go from there.
In your report, you mentioned that you contact the owner of the property. But what process is in place if that property is being rented?
Do you want me to speak to this one?
Yeah, sure.
So we do attempt to work with the tenant at first. Ultimately, the homeowner is responsible, but we don't want someone to be evicted because of the situation that they can be rectified. So we do try to speak to the renter first. We give them the same 30-day notice to a renter. And if we let them know if it's not rectified, we will be notifying the landlord.
Okay, Counselor. Here.
Maybe this is why it was removed, but on the enforcement timeline, a 14-day appeal, so it's actually a 7-day appeal window, not a 14.
That's correct.
That was, okay. Cause was gonna be my question, is who they appeal to, but I guess it's us council, so. Good. I didn't realize long grass was grounds for unsightly. That's, we've acted on that before?
We have,
Recently,
yes, more so recently than in the past. It's actually,
The past as well.
it's been in the MGA for the whole time. And now this year we've had, like,
So I presume it's more of like a subdivision that would be acted upon, because I think of my District 2 communities aside from maybe on the number 1. That's just the way of life. It's
No, no.
maybe not the subdivision, but I do know
Mm-mm.
in the North Mountain communities, it's long grass. We're not in a subdivision, but I presume there's quite discretion for that. If somebody, for example, was, I don't know. I want to give a reference on the North Mountain suburbs, but it might not, it'd be probably not there for those particular issues, but if it's not a subdivision, I presume there's leniency that's given for that. Who would decide that? I should say, is the question.
again, it comes to the property standards of that area. So like the indication, yes, the subdivisions are gonna see it more so because it's a smaller plot of land. It's close neighboring homes, 1 or 2 that have left their grass grow so really long. It's more obvious than in a much more rural setting. There comes to another aspect too for us, with long grass, could be viewed as dangerous on its own, as a fire hazard, as, you know, well, I didn't experience it last year because I wasn't here, but, you know, it was experienced last year. But yeah, it comes down to community standards, so.
Yeah, as fire, I find that quite a stretch, because again, out of subdivision, grass from one side of the county to the other, nobody's gonna mow that aside from in a farmer's fields. I don't wanna hold up too much time, but if it wasn't a community, let's say it's in Brickton on the outside of Milton, you could have 5 properties, 2 of them only mow what they need to mow, and then there's 3 of them. So and this is, it is kind of relevant, but if one of those or 2 of those people said, I want these 2 other neighbors to mow the lawn, can we go in and tell them that, or is that who makes that decision?
That's right.
We do base it on community standards, urban versus rural community settings, like all of those things are taken into consideration. We're not gonna hold residents in, on the North Mountain to the same standards that we hold residents in Bridgetown, where the houses are side by side on building lot. So all of that is taken into consideration when we do our initial site inspection to determine if it meets the standards we need it to open a file.
I haven't heard any complaints as of late, so I presume it's being
So you're good.
dealt with good. So, and I'll just, I guess, make a general comment. I have great respect for the way this process is currently being handled. I do appreciate it greatly. I know unsightly can be used as quite a weapon by vindictive neighbors. And I like how we're avoiding the complaint-driven basis that we have. I like how we're avoiding disturbing too much. I know I have relied greatly on the secondhand market, resources, and a lot of them would be deemed unsightly in our community. Trucks that drive on the road nowadays, the transmissions and motors that are in them, I guarantee you come out of somebody's backyard right now. One I have for the sawmill, transmission comes just down the line out of somebody's yard, motor from a different guy down the line, sitting in the yard. It is a needed resource for people in our county, whether they be small business owners or individuals. We can't be going around and in everybody's door that has an old car lying in their backyard just because it's a little hard on their eyes. So, and I know there is some situations where it's definitely community standard driven, but the complaint driven basis process we have is, to me, it's working really well. I guess I'll leave it at that. Great job.
Next, Councillor Longmire.
Thank you, Warden. I'm actually very pleased to see the word excessive long grass, because there are places in my district that I really struggle with. And I continuously get complaints on it. And it is because of last summer and because of the wildfire out at Long Lake, and now we've just experienced out in Greywood. You know, it's a very sensitive topic. What you see fit and reasonable, others might not see so fit and reasonable now, and it presents a liability to another homeowner if the property next door has 3 foot long grass that then dries out, looks like it could be, you know, an easy accelerant, and you're paying property liability insurance and you're at threat. It could be on both sides of you. It can be scary, and you know, I welcome the complaints from the community. I think we need to thank you and the team bylaw for this work, this report, and for showing us how we can, you know, work together and encourage others to make the complaint. You know, it is what keeps the county safe, is by each one of us being good stewards. And unfortunately, though, we have people that don't have resources in order to manage their properties or insight on how to separate with stuff. I'm glad it's your job. I'm glad it's your job, not my job, but yeah, but I, you know, the because of fires and what's gonna happen in the future with dry lands. Listen, yeah, I think we're gonna see more, and I love the word aesthetic. It is reasonable to say that based on the community you live in, is that what they expect it to look like? If it's not in keeping with it, I leave it to you people to discern that. But it does become a detriment, and it should be reported. Thank you for the work you do.
Thank you, Councillor Connell.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll thank you guys for your hard work, as it is. I know it's constant going back sometimes to some individuals. Myself included, sometimes I'm called a hoarder. Because I like my old cars, I like my old trucks, I like my tractors. I got an old dozer sitting there, it's been there, I plan on working on it, it's been there for 3 or 4 years, but it will still start, because I know it will. It's a good old piece of gear.
Don't show up at his address.
But I agree, I mean, I drive the county, I've been all over the county, even with my career with transportation, and mine, nobody sees. Because of the way my property is situated, my driveway situated, I'm allowed to have my stuff in the backyard. My other half won't allow me to have it. So it is, and I mean, a lot of people, and I hear what Jesse's saying too, is that a lot of people have and enjoy that part of life. I mean, I enjoy going up and tinkering with my old cars and buying a parts car to fixed up with an old car. And but there's a place in society to try to keep things neat, tidy, and nice. Not only for us, it's people that drive through our county, visitors, tourists, people that drive through and may want to move here. So I think that if people understand, the fact is that we're not going in people's backyards. Spend a little time and make your properties presentable. That's all I think we're asking for through the unsightly, and most neighbors are too. You'll get the odd ones, but if you probably did a little bit of research, it's more of a few than unsightly. It's somebody that's, I'm gonna get that guy. I'm gonna report him. I don't like it. He owes me $20. So I'm very happy about the way things are going. I know that District 10 has put a few spots on it that needs to be cleaned up. There's history behind them. They've been there for years and years and years. Still, I have constituents that don't call, that don't get their name on it. But they want to clean it up. And sometimes it's hard when we're not supposed to bring things forward. Because the person I say is, you're my representative. I want you to take it forward. And you try to explain to them, or us not being a part of that, but they still don't want to be the one to complain. So I think the dangerous thing is great that somebody can call up, say this property is in danger, and you'll take anonymous calls on that, at least to check it out. Because I agree, I'm not the one to say it's dangerous or unsightly. But if someone calls and puts the initial call in, says it's dangerous, at least if I know somebody's going and looking at that property, I'm pleased with that in the community. Then I can say to somebody, well, it wasn't deemed dangerous. So if you want to clean it up, call and identify it and put your name there. So, no, I'm very pleased, and I know that we struggle getting some of these because some of them stretch it out. And as soon as winter comes, you say, we can't do nothing because snow's coming. We can't kick this one out because snow's coming. It's winter. We're gonna deal with it next spring, and next spring you got a short window to be in for about 4 or 5 months to try to get it done because winter's coming. So you got your hands full. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Next is, well, there's no next. Anybody want to ask any questions or comments? No?
Up until, remember we made a change to a bylaw that did make him remain anonymous until the very end, correct?
So the dangerous on the site is a policy.
The policy, yeah.
It's not up to us. So we always let people know, and this is a great thing for you guys to tell your constituents who want to remain anonymous. The only time their information is going to be released is through a FOIP application. And that would be, again, we would try not to, but that's out of our control, or if it goes to court. We don't ever share that information. Everything we do with the complainant and the accused is confidential on both sides.
Yeah, I thought that was a policy change we made early on, that it was put in writing in a policy that it was to be confidential.
We always had that.
I'd be thinking of noise or something else, but anyway.
Yeah, any part of law enforcement is confidential, always unless it goes to court.
Okay, anybody else? Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the great work you do, you and your team. There are some challenges I know out there for sure. And she laughs at me. She laughs at me. Okay, so unless there's anything else, and I'm sure you don't want to say there's anything else, I call this meeting adjourned. Have a great day.